well.
Hey,
Oh
just like Rorschach, you know, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
We're talking about Elias, Visor's character. Oh, Roach. Got me thinking about now. Oh.
You know you like Rorschach, man.
Well, it's just
Well, yeah, I
that
mean, that's
incident, though.
something I enjoy saying myself. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
I mean, it's really true with fucking Gilgamesh these days.
Oh, yes.
Nobody wants to be locked in with him.
I felt sorry for the gods that last encounter because that was literally the situation. We weren't locked in with them; they were locked in with us.
Oh, you think I should be afraid of you? Okay, that's good. Go ahead, sleep. I dare you.
Man,
My first meal is here.
Series, though.
Oh, look, they brought me an appetizer. Huh? I seriously actually might start carrying a fork knife. Just, dinner time.
For what?
Just to scare the shit out of somebody who's ever got mugged. But I'm like, I'm a big guy. Go ahead.
Have you seen the YouTube videos and TikTok videos of people making the joke, just like when somebody breaks into your house, tell Alexa intruder, turns the lights into like strobe lights and starts playing the creepy music, just like, welcome to hell, boy.
Oh my god, that would be so funny. The lights all dim and go off, and it's just accent lighting. And you just have it echoing through the house. Alexa, close the door. And it slams shut and locks.
I think
Family 4 going dark.
The funniest one I saw was a TikTok video, and he tested it by doing it on his brother-in-law, because his brother-in-law came over without telling them. So he went, Alexa, initiate dinner time. All the lights went to like low red, and he comes out basically with butt naked in tactical gear.
Okay, you win. I'm out.
See, I've heard of a Destiny themed alert that was just like that, where like you say, Alexa, intruder alert, and it'll go, it's the Drifter. You're being invaded. Find them before they find you, and it starts playing the Gambit theme.
Yeah.
And in the background,
all the lights turn red.
I've seen a similar one where it's just like where instead of that he goes, Alexa, initiate Gulag, and it starts playing the Gulag thing from
yep.
Modern Warfare, like Call of Duty Warzone. Oh man, those videos are fun to watch. I understand they're all jokes.
Hey everyone, Potato Army
hilarious.
Rise. No!
Yes! The Potato Army lives!
Them Australian potatoes, man, what can I tell you?
Okay, I guess the Minicon Army's gonna have to squish you.
What do you mean? They're part of the Potato Army.
Oh no, never. They're my Minicons! My Minicons! You won't do my beating!
Discussion with the missus?
Huh? What? No, I don't have the heart to kill them. Although some did die,
No.
But
well,
that wasn't my fault.
He was a Minicon. He wasn't a Minicon.
Well, they were
I
dead.
am a
when we killed them.
Minicon.
That was not our fault.
Well, I could have changed the story, short circuit, and killed it. But I didn't, because that would have been just too cruel. Because the Minicons, well, he just probably would have beheaded you with his axe right there on the spot. And then you could come back as that bard you wanted to be.
Yeah, and then you're really gonna hate me.
Yeah.
Because I will literally have a jet alt mode, and I'll play Freebird every time I fly.
I don't think we should kill him.
I heard kill him? Oh, okay.
No.
He steps on a landmine, bloater.
No. Because we don't want to hear Freebird.
Oh no, my rocket fist malfunctioned.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, it just so conveniently just rolled a net 20 to do it. Oh no!
Dude, I have a song on my phone that would be perfect for like a robotic bard because like halfway through the song it just basically goes full auto tune and it sounds actually really cool. Obviously, I'm not gonna play it because I don't know if it's copyrighted music or not. So you know,
Probably
it's not.
is. Who knows? These days, right now, I'm using Relaxation Harmony, which their stuff's copyright free, and I appreciate them. So I try to remember to post their link through YouTube for it. So
Yeah, that's why when I was previously streaming, the music that I used for my stream was like YouTube artists, and I'd normally, before I even used it, put a comment on the video asking if I could use their shit on their stream, and I'd normally get an okay from them.
yes,
I saw you change that picture.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I actually did that intentionally because I was like, yeah, there's Phoenix. That's somebody's artist rendition. I did not do that. I don't remember the artist, and I'm gonna have to try and find them. Because I'd like to put their name up there because I really like that because it shows both of them in Serenity form and the bot form. And that big ass gun. No, Void Striker, you cannot have it.
I mean,
there you go. Y'all just a bunch of this.
Technically, nothing stopping me.
Oh no, he can't do it because Phoenix won't let him.
No,
Phoenix
man,
just
will
squished him. Oh no! Now he's
you know
a
what I
bard.
could do with that gun, by the way? I could enlarge it and it could become that shoulder gun from like Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original.
No. Do not mess with my Phoenix.
But his gun would be bigger and better.
His gun is already bigger and better.
I mean, technically, I could unshrink my shotgun and he could use that.
No, I want overloads.
I mean, I could launch that too.
How's the Mega Buster safe? It's not!
We wanted to land on that planet correctly. Well, there's a big hole through it now. Oops.
Right now.
Yeah, you're all a bunch of big damn heroes. There you go. I forgot I had those downloaded a long time ago, so it's like, I'm gonna put it up here because that's what it's reminding me of. Alright, let me see if I can flip. Ooh, hey, the transform sound. How did it... Oh, because it's right there. Which one's the main one? There we go.
Oh, did it?
There we go, yes. As you cannot see, yes. There's a YouTube channel where you find all the previous episodes. Lurk, how dare you, Lurk.
I haven't watched the previous episodes because that way I can't metagame.
Better not.
It's one of those things where once this campaign is over, I'm gonna binge watch like the entire session.
I think there's only, we had one episode that's not there because I had a big technical issue with Streamlabs, which I haven't used hardly at all, and I'm just using straight OBS because of it. So there is one episode that it isn't there, but luckily it's not missing too much, and I tried to recap as much as I could for that time. So, yeah. Technically, we should be, I think, 17?
Decepticons for life!
Screw that, I'm a mercenary now.
Coward.
But I like to freelance. If I mean, technically, yeah, I could be Decepticon now because, you know, my mind's shifted a lot. So it's like, yep, I'm gonna destroy you. Yep, I want to destroy it.
What about the boring?
They don't have the cool, you know, alt modes. They don't look cool. Well, only a few actually do look cool, but the rest of them.
Warpath is fun.
Yeah. God, they went over a toy review on him, and I was just sitting there laughing because I remember it. Oh yes, you did send me a picture of your con, didn't you? Didn't you? Where did this one? Because where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Which I love the name too. Because it was like, okay. Okay, my computer hates me at the moment. Give me a second. Actually, I'll go back to this screen real quick so you can see that. Here. While I play with the setting real fast. Do you mind if I show it on stream, Galaxy Star? Because I like it. Plus, I like the coloring because it's like, ooh, very nice. Have at it. Okay, this is now copyrighted to this channel. No, I'm kidding. No, I don't copyright crap to anything because it's not mine. Here we go. Oh, sorry. Let me fix it. The picture is bigger than what it is. You know, oh god, it's transform fit
It's
to
white.
screen. There we go.
It's a white screen.
There, I'm gonna remove the lettering so you can see this better.
Guys,
Oh.
it's a Seeker.
This. Yeah, I like being Sound Blaster now, or Soundblade. Oh. Your picture's gonna stay there.
Yeah. Oh,
They
there's
know-
your next NPC.
they-
I mean, as we slowly go on, if you get more like fan art and shit, you can always just make a like collage as the background for your starting soon.
yeah, I mean, I get more pictures like this. I will put it on a that thing that goes around and around and around. I forgot the word. Don't mind me. You get the gist of it. There you go. That thing. The thing that Potato Lord was talking about.
A collage.
Collage, yeah, that. Yeah, there's a-
Slideshow.
Or do you mean
Oh,
a
slideshow. Yeah, slideshow. Yeah, that. I'm not good at collages, so. But I'll flip it back to the screen so you can see. Let's see. Threw everybody in the toilet. Nobody knows they're there. And they're just in a void of space where it's just going around and around a black hole. That's the drain. I mean, sorry, what? I can do it. Okay, this is all
All right,
working.
enjoy.
There we go. I am going to flip that over.
Remember to
that up.
praise be the mighty potato.
Oh my god. Alright. Since you're in space, I'll turn on the. I'm going to turn this up just a little more. There you go. You got your ship sounds now to lurk around in. Alright, so.
Before we start,
what?
I gotta
No.
ask a question. Did you actually finish the map?
What map?
The map.
What map are you talking about?
Black Station.
Yes, I have.
This
had
is his
some-
humor. This is what he does.
Yes, I have, but I had some free will of my own with it too. So I made your room all pink. Is that okay?
Yes, it means they can't see me in a desert.
It's all pinkish colored, man. No, I did finish it. So currently, no, shut up, all of you. There we go. You know what? I can just do. Where's that mute button at? Make them all silent. All right.
I mean, I was already silent.
Damn it, Overlord! You're always talking. Jesus, look at that. Took
You
up
may
the whole
silence me, but you'll never
conversation.
silence the potato.
See, he's still talking. God, man, he's so talking. No, you're fine. All right, where we left off
man.
at? Let me see. Void Striker is getting ejected out the airlock. No, he's not getting
I
ejected.
thought I was drag racing Phoenix, man.
You could try. Although Gilgamesh is piloting him with a little extra help from Phoenix.
I don't know, my stats are bullshit. I might be able to do it. Plus, you know, my bullshit skill.
That would be up to you. Let me get to the intro, you jackass. All right. So currently we are floating along in the Phoenix with Gilgamesh staring off into the stars still, and Kiara's at the navigation console doing her information sourcing and has a little fuzzball sitting on her lap, curled up, as she pets her and is working away. They are currently on their way to a hidden location of Void Strikers. And let's see, Overload I'm going to start with you. That was a very brief intro, by the way, because I'm just. You can go watch the beginning. My brain's not in it. But Overload, what are you currently doing? I'm going to start with you.
I'd say I'd probably be training a bit since I'll need to be a little bit more sharp with the current happenings of events.
Okay, are you just training by yourself, or you messing with Aegis?
I'd say probably messing around with the ages.
Okay, so you guys are in the cargo bay? You'd
Yeah.
have a lot of room for it because you're bigger. So you and
Oh, yeah.
Aegis are currently down there giving a little bit of a fight with each other. What kind of fight do you want to do here? Because I'm going to ask you that question. You just want to do full out physical, or do you want to go into another realm to do this? Because
I would
Aegis will
say
be up for it.
mental, just then they just could scale up and then it'll be more of a even fight, I would say.
All right. That sounds perfectly fine. So, you and Aegis are down in the cargo bay. He looks over to you and kind of, since he's kind of just standing there, and he kind of thumps you in the leg. You want to go? He's just looking up at you. He's got the axe on his shoulder, like, you want to go?
Sure.
You see him kind of position up across from you, but he puts the battle axe back on his back, and you can see him kind of go into this state. And it's like he's waiting for you to receive like an invitation.
All right. Let's get started. I guess I'll initiate the protocol.
Yep. You square up to him, and you're across from him. Like, you're both actually going to fight each other, but you both are just kind of sitting there, and you connect, and you just you're in, and you're in this. You're kind of in an open desert almost, but the ground is like you're on a plateau though, little up in the air, but it's flat. And he's standing across from you, but he's bigger now. He's just a little shorter than you.
We're buying a tractor.
Oh, you all heard that. We're buying a tractor. Sorry. So Aegis looks at you and he's like, and you can see him kind of flexing a bit, like he's stretching out his joints and everything. And you can hear little servos and everything. He's like, "You ready for this?"
Yep. Though I'll have to pull a bit more tricks considering the upcoming battle.
Yes, we will. He takes the battle axe off. You want to use the weapons, or we want to go fist to fist?
It's probably best we use weapons.
All right. You see him pull that battle axe up, and he kind of stretches out with it, swings it around a few times, whipping it around. You hear the energy from it, and he stops and he's positioned. Whenever you're ready.
Let the battle commence. As I'm guessing in this area, we're able to use our spells to its fullest. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so our spells won't be like used up or anything.
No. This is only training. You're in the like an ethereal plane. That this plane in this universe, you're not going to use any of those up during this time because you're not in the physical. You're in a digital world.
Vulcan mind meld.
Yeah, in a sense, right now it's just you two in this world.
All
I
right.
seen some guy in a blue shirt going "Live long and prosper."
Now he's a red shirt and he's about to get squished.
Then I'll get up close and cast Channel Divinity, Vow of Enmity.
switch that over. There we go. And is blah blah blah. You just found something. Let's see.
Trying to scare him. Interesting.
No, it's one of the two. I either use Obscure Enemy or Vow of Enmity.
Okay, I see what's going on.
Yeah, so I'm using Vow of Enmity. So while I'm within 10 feet of him, I gain advantage to attack rolls against the creature for 1 minute.
Okay, so actually, I never put that in that he's not for his little character sheet because he's the opposite in the sense of Carbine. So, 60 views. I'm trying to understand this at the same time. They'll save. Blah, blah, blah.
Pretty much since I'm up close to him and I'm casting it, for an entire minute or until he drops down to 0 or I fall unconscious, I will always have advantage attack rolls on him.
Oh, I see. Hang on, let me check something because I didn't put everything in there. Did I put the sheet? I pulled the binder out today. I've been writing down stuff. Oh, here it is. Oh, I didn't put it on there. Okay. All right, so what kind of wisdom save does he have to do?
Oh, it's no wisdom save.
Oh.
Again, I'm using Vow of Enmity, not
okay.
Obscure Enemy.
Yep, so he just has advantage on attack rolls.
Okay.
Yep. And on top of that, I will be using my rage.
Oh, jeez.
Again, concerning the upcoming battle, I have to be prepared. I have to figure out the good combos.
You see A just stand there and he's just kind of like, very well. And you can see him slightly glow his orange around. And you can see one of his hands come up. Let's go. So he's offering to let you come at him. So it's like, come on.
Well, considering that I already used my bonus action, this counts as an action, so I can only attack once.
All right.
So
go for it. If you can attack once at least, go for it.
shoving this.
Does that hit?
And then I need to see what my bonus is for raging.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up his sheet. I forgot to grab it. Go.
Because I'm a level 3 bar.
And your HP is only happening in here. Once you come out of it, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay, so it's
same thing.
So that in total would be 18.
Okay. That's fun. I lost half of my stuff. Give me just a second while I fix something. Okay. Oh, it's all right there. Okay, come on. Okay. That's all you had, right?
Yeah, I can't attack anymore since I already used 2 actions.
So he's looking at you. He's like, good hit. So he's gonna just take a swipe at you. He's gonna kind of just take that battle axe, and it's glowing pretty bright right now. And he's gonna take a swipe at you. That's 20.
Yeah, that would do. It would only unless it's magic, unless it's a magic weapon, it should only do normal damage.
Yeah, it's gonna do normal damage. He's not casting anything. It's not exuding any magic from it. It's just
what I meant like that, because considering magic isn't exactly in this world, it's more energy. So like, as long as if it's an energy based attack, then it would cancel out my resistance.
Okay, so it's no energy, just basic attack, right?
Yeah, if it's
Okay.
basic attack, then it's half. If it's energy, then it's still full.
It's just a general attack that he's giving to see what he's up against with you. He's just kind of pushing to see what you're gonna do and test you out. So let's see. It does. So that'll do 18 damage on you.
18, alright.
It's kind of low roll. Rolls don't roll. And then he's gonna try and take another hit on you. Oh, that one does not even come close. Didn't even get over 5. So he stands back. He's a little winded for a moment because he's like, okay. I'm not used to being this big all the time. And he's like, come on. And he stands back up and he kind of looks at you for a moment. Bring what you got. Come on. And he's like urging you to come on.
You ask. $19. And 28.
Ooh. He kind of stumbles back from that, but he's like, that's a good one. And so he starts to stand there and he kind of stands back up. Good hits. And you can see him like urging you on it, like, you keep doing this. We need to work out more. And do you have any more attacks or anything bonus wise before I do anything?
I'm going to save my bonus action.
All right. And for that moment, we're going to hold there with Aegis, and we're going to switch over to Void Striker. Where is Void Striker in the ship currently right now?
On the bridge.
He's just hanging out on the bridge, so I'm going to switch out that. So, what you doing?
I believe when we last left off, I gave the data to Gilgamesh.
Yeah, we're already en route at this point, so he's just kind of Gilgamesh is just kind of like daydreaming, just staring out at the stars at the moment.
Kiara is just sitting over there. She's petting Carbine, but she's aware that you're in the room, Void Striker, and she's just curled up, but she opens up kind of like one eye, and you guys can see it because it's in a bit of she's in a darker position, but you guys can see her open the one eye, and she kind of looks at you, Gilgamesh, and she kind of, do you think he can make it? She's not moving, but she's got the one eye open looking at you. Blink, blink.
I just kind of snap out of my daze, just, huh? What?
The sword. Do you think he can make it? Do you think he can make that
yeah,
appear?
probably.
Like?
Well,
And she kind of gestures with her eye without moving, like, ask him. Ask him. She's just sitting there curled up. She's not moving, so she's like,
just all right. And I'll turn to Void Striker. We do have some time. I do have a favor to ask if you might have a little bit of spare time, I guess.
I indeed do have enough spare time.
I'm gonna pull out my energy rapier and I'm going to just kind of hold it out to him. I'd like for you to replicate this.
I'm going to put my hand out so it can be handed to me.
I turn it over to him.
I would like to. What is this? Would this be an investigation to check this out?
yes. Because it's something different. It's not something you're common to see. Whoops. I'm going to switch this so everybody can see that.
Yeah, and you know I've got to do it.
Let's do it.
And if we are using tools for this, I also get proficiency bonus. So
You
which is
will.
+4 on top of that.
You would have to use tools, and you're looking at a energy type of weapon that's a rapier, but it's got something else inside the hilt that isn't standard Cybertronian geological matter. It is minicon inside. There is a crystal like inside of it that gives it a different type of energy. So when, say, Carbine handles it or Aegis were to handle it, it ignites in a different color blade. And it's kind of like having a lightsaber, except for rapier style. And that's what Carbine's asking, if you can replicate that for her. Kind of more into her size, but replicate something like it.
After examining it, I will hand the rapier back. I could probably make something like this if I have the right materials.
Well, we got plenty of stuff and spare parts in the cargo bay. Use whatever you need.
Unfortunately, we don't have the necessary component to make one of these.
It is a standard rapier that before the crystal was put in there, it does just run generally normal off of whoever is handling it. So it can operate without the minicon crystal in there. It's just not going to have a full ability for her to use.
It can make you a base variant, but it won't be the same until we can find a crystal exactly like the one that's in yours.
That's fine.
You see her eyes open, her ears perk. She kind of sits up, and Kiara kind of moves her hand out of the way while she's sitting up, and it's like, oh. And she just goes back to her stuff on the computers. And Carbine's like, does this mean I get one? And you swear you can see a smile on this Caracle's face. And her
He
ears,
just chuckles a little bit.
her ears kind of go
goes,
back like,
If you can make her at least the base version and at least one for her size, I'd be grateful. And I can compensate you as well.
It shouldn't take me more than maybe an hour and a half.
Well, we have plenty
Actually,
of time, so
deceptively simple.
we have plenty of time. So at your leisure.
I'll go work on it now. And I'm going to proceed to leave to my quarters to go make on it.
as you do, Carbine kind of hops up on the console and jumps over to yours, Gilgamesh, and she purchased. So I get one, and you see her eyes kind of narrow and her ears kind of go back. She's not mad, but you swear she's smiling through it, but she's not. She's just kind of like,
I just kind of give her some scratches in the back of her head. Yes, you're gonna get one.
And she kind of just hops down into your lap and curls up on you and just sits there and just yay kind of thing. You can feel her purring really loud, and it's like the vibration. And Kiara even notices, I think somebody's happy, and just goes back to doing her thing.
Alright, so do you want me to roll with my smith tools for this?
Yes. Nice. As you're working in your little room there, you have your little tiny little workshop set up that folds out from the wall. You kind of drive Overload up a wall while he's trying to in his charge base, because his bed is kind of right up against that wall, and he can sometimes hear you working. You'll hear little sounds and stuff, but you're in there working away.
It's not my fault. He can turn off his audio receptors.
But you're sitting there working on that. We're going to jump back to Overload and Aegis, who are currently having their little scuffle in their little moment. Aegis is looking at you right now, Overload, and he's like, all right, I'm going to up it now. And you see the blade ignite and he's going to try and hit you with it. 19 hit.
Alright. It would, but I would like to ask.
Yeah.
Would Misty Step counteract it?
Is Misty Step a reaction?
It is a bonus action, so I would think I could still use it. Unless not, then if not, then I'll try something else.
When you do bonus action, isn't it, unless it's specified in it, can you use it in between? Or
I would say just because it is a bonus action, not a reaction, you wouldn't be able to use it unless it's on your turn.
Okay, see, and that's what I'm trying.
Because if it was a reaction like a shield spell, then yeah, you could use it because it's part of a reaction.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so then I guess I would only be able to use my Shield of Faith.
That is a reaction, so yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean it's designated as a bonus action, but yeah.
So he's gonna try and take a swipe on you.
Which it would still connect since you said it was 19.
Yeah, it was just right on 19.
Then yeah, I would still hit because that would only get me up to 18.
Oh, okay. You had 19 for some reason.
I would have 19 if I had the shield.
Wow. Okay, I rolled exactly 19 again. Well, not exactly. I just add on the stuff that I need to, but yeah. Okay, cool. So that's his first swing. He's kind of swinging, and he's bringing that axe right back around. He's going to try and hit you again. Okay, what does it mean to be rolling 19? So I'm going to switch a dice here in a second. Okay, that one rolled a 19. I'm going to switch to... I want to use this heavy dice. Okay, that one makes more sense. 10 for damage on that one.
10? Alright.
Yeah. He's not doing a whole lot because I'm like, dang it, I'm rolling low on these dice. And then I didn't think he had anything else I could. Let me make sure. I'm just checking something I was going to try.
So wait, what was the first amount of damage?
19.
19 for the first damage, alright.
Yes. And what I might do is use the other dice I have.
Oh wait, but it would also be halved. I forgot about that.
Oh shoot, yeah, because it's he was powering it up and he used it the other way. So there.
I'm at 87. Dealing 10, that is actually 5. And then 0 is a 19, so half of 19. So that'll be 9 rounded up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, yeah, I'm going to leave it that with him. And, no, it's up to you.
Or,
what did I do to my pen?
although he's more likely going to... Actually, I can't cast active spells. Rage. So...
Oh, yeah,
I guess I'll be...
rage.
Yeah, because anything that's concentration would immediately fail, so...
I always want to know, does your optics change color when you rage?
Oh, well, yeah, they would.
Yeah, I just stay curious. Do you accent in red too? Like your where the power and everything? That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just.
It would be changing. It would be changing to red once I do rage.
I'm just like red alert, run. I just try to imagine these characters with these little things that change on you. It's like, God, that's so cool.
Which double attack.
Oops.
First one hits 27. Second one hit 22.
Oh. You make me feel pain. You mean? Let's see.
If only I could cast spells, then this would make it a lot more stronger.
You see him standing there, and he's looking pretty roughed up. And he kind of stands up. Those last hits were good. Like, really good. And you see him, like, flexing around a little bit. You're getting me pretty well down. If you hit me again, you're probably going to take me down. And you can see him kind of moving about. And he kind of flips the battle axe in his hands, and he flips it to you. And he's just
I take it you
stands.
concede.
I think that's pretty good. Still, be on your toes. On that field, it's different. And
No doubt.
You're sitting there holding that, but because he flipped the battle axe to you, he pulls it back and it just whips out of your hand and he's just kind of like, anytime you need it, but it is still mine. And he puts it on his back, grins at you, and you see him shrink down to his size that he normally is, and you both are standing there, and it's like a wave of energy kind of whips over you both, and you're both 100% in there. Are you going to be ready for these battles? Although, I don't think you're going to need to be ready, because you're always ready, it seems.
You and I can be unprepared for most times.
Yeah, but I got your back. Or your front. Or your side. He's just sitting there being amusing.
Well, let's just hope our friend there doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Or any nasty appearances.
Yeah. Overload, do you think we should trust that bearish guy? I mean, he did save one of my people, but I don't know if I should trust him.
He is rough around the edges, and his way of accomplishing stuff is a bit brute-like. But he does get things done, and he can't exactly say no to us, considering we did revive him.
You see him kind of pace away from you a little bit and turn. Why did he save her? I mean, he could have. Yeah, you can see there's conflict going on in him. Because you're both in this plane, you both can kind of sense what each other is feeling. But you sense a little bit of confusion from him.
Although he may be a Decepticon, at least for most, he's at least one that has morals. You could say the same for I.
Yes, but you... He turns to you and he just looks at you. I was angry. Very angry. My circuits were burning. But then I realized you chose a path that didn't involve annihilating my people. But seeing him, that one that was on that screen, I want his head. And you can see him just gripping his fists really tight. And it's to the point where he's almost shaking, but it's just, you're getting the sense of rage. And I don't know if I should trust this other one that's on board.
I'll put my hand on your shoulder. Do not fret. The one on the screen he will have his doomsday. While as the one with us, he still has much to prove. So give him a bit of time, and maybe you'll see the light within him.
I will trust your judgment, Overload. And he puts his one hand on you, and I think we're done here for now. I'm kind of hungry anyway. I need to energize up a little bit. And you kind of see him. I'll see you on the other side, and he just kind of waves out at you, and he just vanishes from the plane.
Simulation off.
You guys are about an hour into your trip. Phoenix is monitoring as much as he can, and he's not picking up anything too much, but Kiara is helping kind of to read out things, keeping an eye on the cortexes that are going out, the networks. And the cyber network is a lot of chatter about two specific people who have bounties, mostly within the guild networks. A lot of them do not want to go against a particular one on board. And the other one, a lot of them are like, if he's worth the bounty, we'll go for him. But we don't even know anything really about him other than he's a soldier. They're very vague other than your names, what you kind of look like, the last images of you. Overload looks like he just got out of bed and he's yawning and it looks weird. Gilgamesh, everybody knows Gilgamesh, and they're like, a lot of them don't want to mess with you. Kiara turns to you. You guys have stirred the pot. She's looking back at the screen and just shaking her head. You've got at least about 6 hunters out after you right now.
It is to be expected.
So she's kind of just relaying everything to you guys, and she goes, this is the updates I'm getting. Currently, things have settled down around Cybertron a little bit, but there's still a lot of chaos, like inner fighting going on. But from her connections, she's getting little bits of information that somebody is trying to take over those areas, and a lot of them are fighting back. And for what she's got from one of them, at least one of her contacts, she shakes her head toward you, Gilgamesh. They're not accepting who's in charge. And a lot of the guild members on all sides are dying fast. Those who don't join her, well, they become scrap. And she's just shaking her head, and I'm glad I sent out the signal when I did. It was right before we left. I sent out a signal, Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh is very conflicted, and he's feeling a lot of emotions he's trying really hard to suppress.
She is turned away from all of you. You don't see what she's really, how she's looking right now. She's just kind of staying turned away from you. She's saying certain things to you guys, but she's not turning her head at all.
Mm-hmm.
And she's kind of like, wherever we're going, it better be safe, because I've got a target on my head too.
It needs to be worth it. We're wasting too much time getting out here.
And as you are all sitting there, you hear a little something moving around behind you at the door of the bridge. You hear some noises and some scuffling sounds.
Gonna turn and look in that direction.
You kind of see for just a moment this little head, and it ducks back.
Sorry, little one, you can come out.
And you see these little tiny little fingers kind of reach around, and she's kind of touching, and you see her kind of look slowly, and you can see one of her optics, and she's just kind of blink, blink, and she kind of steps out. She's still holding that little plaque, like a little blankie, and she's still holding onto the door frame as she's moving around. Carbine notices, and you hear some beeping from her, and the little one kind of walks up. Sorry, had to deal with the dog for a moment. He walks up very slowly to you, and Carbine kind of just drops down. And she kind of curls around, and the little one's kind of like petting and holding on to her, but she's staring at you, Gilgamesh, this little one, just gently touching Carbine, and you hear some beeping, and the little one just kind of smiles at you a little bit. But she kind of you can tell she's got this look of like she's wary of you still.
I just give her just like a solemn little bow.
She kind of backs up and she bumps into Carbine. Carbine like wraps around her, and you hear some beeping again from her, and the little one kind of looks like, oh, okay. Kiara turns. It's like, oh, hi, little one. And the little one jumps again, and luckily Carbine's wrapped around her kind of, and she kind of bumps in and ducks behind and kind of under Carbine a little bit. And Carbine, you see her head curve down and under, like, and you hear some beeping from her. So it looks a little comical. This little one's kind of trying to hide under Carbine, which looks hilarious. And Carbine's just looking under herself. And the little one kind of peers up and is looking at both of you back and forth, and kind of steps out, still holding, and just, and you hear beeping. You see her mouth moving, but all you hear is beeps, nothing else. And Carbine is just like, you can hear beeping between them, but the little one's looking at both of you, just kind of gesturing back and forth. And then she's gesturing toward Carbine, and then back at herself, then back at you two, and you have no idea what's being said, other than this. You hear this beeping back and forth, and it's like Carbine's trying to explain things, and the little one kind of like nods her head and just kind of stands there for a moment and is looking up at you guys. And at the moment, you hear all the triplets along with Blinn coming up to the cockpit, and it scares the little one. So she runs up behind your leg, Gilgamesh, without even thinking. She's hidden in the darkness a bit, but she's holding it, kind of like not holding onto your leg, but she's behind your legs. And she's freaked out, and Carbine turns around and hisses at the four of them coming through the door, and they all dead stop. Hello, pilot. Sorry, did we come at a bad time?
It's okay. You just scared the little one when you came up.
Little one? You mean her? And they're pointing at Carbine. She's bigger than us. Well, not really. She's actually smaller, but... And she hisses again at him. You can tell, you can kind of get a sense that Carbine's a little pissed at him right now. And they're just like, the other ones back up a bit, like, uh-oh.
Do you have a status report on the Minicons?
Well, so far everything's stable down there. We made sure that the power going to the med bay area is stable. For now, it's fluctuating. Phoenix is helping as well, but the circuit that Furry One here did, and you hear hiss again at him. And he backs up. He's like, "Is working."
You really need to be careful with your words.
Sorry, pilot. I don't know what we don't know what to really call her other than furry one because she is furry right now.
Well,
And you
call
see-
her by her
Can
name.
Can I roll another smithing tool real quick? Because I went out a surprise dice rapier.
Okay, go for it. While you're doing that, oh, very nice. Add your surprise. As you
My
do.
surprise would be this.
Oh,
I'm adding a hidden gun to the rapier.
God. Gonna have way too much fun with it now. So while you're all standing there, and you could see that the three of them plus Blender standing there, and they're like, "Sorry, Carbine," and they're all kind of waving, and she kind of relaxes, like, and while she's standing there, she transforms, and they're kind of like, "Oh, is she gonna hurt us? Or what?" And they just stand there for a moment, and she's like, she just kind of like nods, and she points, and she's gesturing, and she's like, you see her palm her hand to her head. You hear Carbine in your head. Can you tell them there is not, I am not little one. We're talking about that little one. And you see Carbine kind of gesture, it's okay. And you hear beeping. And the little one, you can feel her around your legs kind of moving. And it's kind of dark, but you see her optics. She doesn't really have anything that glows on her like Carbine does when her bot mode or Aegis, or like most of the other bots might have something glowing. She's just her optics. And she's kind of steps out nervously. You can see Carbine has her hand out. And she is way smaller even to the triplets and blend. And you can hear all three of them plus blend, little one. And
This is the little one we were referring to.
you see the little one kind of run up, and it's like hugging around Carbine's waist and still being behind and licking. And you see them all in unison, hello, little one. And it's like an echo of voice all at once. And the little one kind of ducks, and they're like, oh, sorry, we didn't mean to scare you. And they kind of just stand there, and they introduce themselves quietly, and they're like, it's okay, we're not here to hurt, but maybe we'll get to talk or play a little later. And they kind of all smile and wave excitedly. The little one's kind of there, but they look up at you, and you kind of hear them all saying different sentence parts. Pilot, ship is ready to keep going right now. The engines are stable, everything's functioning, and we're doing good on fuel, but we need to go recharge now.
Very well. I'm actually going to need to go recharge myself here soon, too.
Aye, aye. And you see them all salute, all four of them. And you see them go off. Blend even kind of follows them to the same quarters. And it's like, where's he going to sleep? There's only 3 bunk beds really in that room. But you see them all go in there, and it's like, well, they'll figure it out. So they go down to their quarters, and you hear the hatch close, and you can hear what sounds like they're playing for a little bit, like they're doing stuff and talking, but it's not real loud. It's just kind of, and you can hear them kind of talk, hear the words like little one, and oh, it's so great. And
I just turned to Carbine. Does she ever remember her name?
And she turns the little one, and she gestures toward you, and she shakes her head no. And Carbine kind of responds to you. She knows it, but she doesn't want to tell it.
I just nod. When she's ready, then.
And she kind of nods her head hesitantly, and you hear some beeping from her. She's fine with little one. That's all she said.
Well, if she's fine with it, then at least we know what to call her for right now.
Carbine kind of looks at the little one and gestures a few times, and it's like, and she looks up at you. I'm gonna take her to get something to eat. Well, I'll be back. Then you see them
I'm
kind
gonna
of walk
go
off.
recharge soon, so you know where to find your recharge bit when you're ready.
All right, Gilgamesh. I'll see you. Well, we'll probably both see you here soon. And you see Carbine kind of walk off. You see the little bot like holding Carbine's hand, but it's like she's holding two fingers because she's so small to her. To you, it would be if she tried to put her finger around your one or her hand around one of your fingers, she wouldn't even get around it hardly, because she's like, just to shake your hand would be a immense feat. But you hear them walk off, and you hear the beeping between them, and things seem to be calming down between them all. It's just going to take a little time.
I watch them as they go out of sight, and then I'm gonna just kind of turn to Kiara and just. He's conflicted because part of him is not happy that he's going out of his way and wasting time to do this. On the other hand, there's some obvious benefits to it, but he's not happy that he left, and it's bothering him.
Kiara finally kind of turns to you. You can kind of see that before she turns, and she's looking at you. You can tell she wiped something from her face, but you don't know exactly what. But you kind of get the idea of what happened. And she looking at you. I know your looks, Gilgamesh. What's on your mind? What's going through your memory circuits right now?
I've been doing this for a long time, and we're trained from the beginning to never take things personally, to never let your emotions dictate how you feel on the job. Lately, I'm finding ever since I've been able to gain a new transformation that my emotions are rising, and they're becoming harder and harder to control.
Have you
I'm taking what she's done personally.
Have you told Overload or Void Striker this?
He just shakes his head. No.
And I noticed you're kind of different now. Not bad, just different. And she kind of tilts her head and looks down the hall. And now that you got these small ones walking around, you've got a lot on your shoulders. Your gears and servos can only take so much. And right now, Ava has done a lot of damage to the guilds. And right now, we were slowly rebuilding. At least trying to on a dead planet.
Yeah, Matrix. Twitch your names.
Oh, jeez. I'll get that in a second. Give me a second. As you sit there and look, she looks at you and looks down. She looks back up. Maybe you need to talk to Carbine about the animal part, if that's what you're talking about. And she's kind of looking at it kind of funny. I have no idea about that stuff.
He just shakes his head. I wouldn't expect you to understand, but me taking this personally is a death sentence to her. And I wonder if a master would really approve of that. Approve of my approach to tackling her greatest rival.
And you see Kiara kind of perk at the name with Master, and she kind of, speaking of, I wanted to make sure nobody else was here, but
Mm-hmm.
one of my contacts that's a part of our guild, and she kind of looks down and she pulls up her arm console. I kept this on me instead of leaving it on Phoenix's comms, and she sends it over to you. And it's just some information from a contact. She doesn't give you who it is, just
Mm-hmm.
description of this bot that is very similar to Ava but opposite her. That's all. It's kind of very vague. They're raising an army. And that's it.
He's got a little bit of a smile as he reads that.
And Kiara kind of reaches out, puts her hand on your arm. She's doing some stuff in the background. I didn't want to say anything in front of, well, them. Just in case.
Well, at least this entire operation doesn't fall on our shoulders then anymore, thankfully.
Yes, I'm asking a few of the other contacts to kind of check into things. They're trying to hold on to what stations they can. They said Ava is really pushing. She's taken out a few of the, in a sense, what we referred to as generals to our positions because they will not bow to her. It's not looking good.
All the more reason we need to move fast, swift, and cut the head off the snake.
Yes. At this point, I haven't heard anything even from Sound Blaster. Last I heard, he's been kind of underground right now.
Given the situation with Shockwave in play, it's natural for him to go into hiding.
And you see her, she sits back. Yeah, speaking of Shockwave, dummy, and she hits you in the arm. And she backs up.
Ow!
And she sits back. Why are you getting involved with that one-eyed piece of scrap? Ah.
You know, it really wasn't by choice, and we ended up running into a few of his labs early on, too. Just seems we were bound to run into him sooner or later.
And she looks at you kind of sideways, side-eyeing you. Is that how you found her? She's talking about Carbine.
That's how we found, yeah, and some of the others.
She kind of leans forward closer to you. I've never seen a triple changer minicon, nor a beast mode one, ever.
Well, there's a first time for everything, right?
Yeah. I'll help them as much as I help you. They're rare as ever. They're older than most Cybertronians.
All the more reason they need to treat like a protected species. There are very few of them. We don't know how many are left. And once we get these ones up and running, and they're able to move on their own, we're going to get them up to speed. We're going to let them do what they want.
As you're both sitting there, can you roll me a perception check, Gilgamesh?
Absolutely. 1 second.
Overload, where are you at in the ship?
I would have been in the. I probably would have been making my way up to the.
Soft 20.
Okay.
What? The.
20 either way for you.
Go ahead and roll me a
Yep.
perception check as
Galley.
well. Okay, go ahead and roll me a perception check too. And I'm going to. Yeah,
I was having a hard time trying to remember what it was called.
Yeah, it's all right.
17.
Okay, Kiara, Gilgamesh, Overload, Void Striker. You're in your quarters, right?
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, dude. I just want to see.
There is perception. There it is.
Okay, you might not hear it as well.
Well, I'm also
Kiara-
working on the rapier, so it makes sense.
Yeah, you're probably going to be having a harder time hearing. But Kiara is sitting there, and she turns because the console starts beeping red, and you hear Phoenix, object incoming. Unknown object. I cannot identify.
I'm turning to the console immediately, and I'm trying to pull it up on screens.
And you get space, but you don't see anything. Phoenix comes across, that is the location of the object. And you hear him come back, lost tracking on it. Kiara's like, I am trying to pick it up too. And you can see her her fingers and everything are just moving really fast. And
Wait. We talking the minicon ship?
Nope, Phoenix itself is trying to
No,
pick up.
the object that's being detected.
Nope.
Okay.
As you sit there and you hear Phoenix come across, and even at the same time, Kiara's like, I've got an object again, and you hear Phoenix, object is off starboard side, coming around. Lost connection. No. And you hear Kiara kind of finishing his sentence. No, that's not right. It was just there. And
How
you can
far
see the
away
cameras
is
are
the
just-
object from us?
It's right off our bow. And you see Kiara just turn her optics and look at you dead, and then looks right out the front. It's right there. It's keeping pace with us in front of us. But you can't see it.
How small is the object?
Phoenix, can you help with this? And you hear Kiara trying to recalculate. Unknown. Oh, we just lost it again. Kiara comes across. You get to see it.
Question, would I have finished the rapier by now?
Yes. At this point, you would have. You guys
Yeah,
suddenly...
without knowing anything, I'd be working my way up to the bridge.
You suddenly all hear on the top of the hull...
I do believe I know who our guest is.
And you can hear walking, like they're intentionally letting you know they are there. And you hear this toom, 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 toom. It doesn't sound heavy, it just sounds, and you know where it's going to. It's going to the upper hatch.
Mm-hmm.
You see nothing outside still. The cameras, the sensors, Phoenix is not picking it up. Kiara's like, I'm not picking up whatever's on our hull.
I have a good idea who that is.
You all hear the hatch door open. The ship kind of vibrates a little bit from it because you are traveling.
Where is the hatch here? Because I want to be
It's-
approaching it.
It is right here. I'll ping it.
All right, so
Oh,
yeah,
so
I'm
I'm
going to be
closest,
going up to
I'm the closest
hatch.
one to it.
Yeah, you're in Overload. If you're in the galley, you're there with Carbine and the little one. And
Well, seeing Gilgamesh rush that way, I'm just gonna follow him because I don't know what's going on.
he just kind of is sitting at the table too. I'm going to move him there for now, so he's out over there. And the hatch opens before you get there, and you don't see anything, but the hatch closes. It's dark in that part a little bit, and out of nowhere, you see the feathered cloak, the hood, and the eyes staring at you again. And
You certainly know how to make an entrance.
You see her flip the hood back. Hello, Gilgamesh. It is a pleasure to see you again.
He's just gonna bow to her.
And she
It's been a
bows to
while,
you.
Nix.
She
I hope you've
bows
been
to you.
well.
She just bows to you and says, it has. I am picking up a lot of signals coming from this ship. More than two. And her eyebrow goes up. You see just... And she sees you, Overload, kind of over there, and she kind of waves at you. Because she can see you right around that corner a bit. And she just sits there, and she's like, hello, Overload.
Been a
We
while.
have happened to come across more of your kind that were sleeping still. In
More?
fact, uh, it might be good for you to help us with them.
Yes, I will, absolutely. Where are they? Sorry, I
I'm gonna
didn't...
lead her down to medical to where we're keeping them stored.
She comes around the corner, though, and she sees a Carbine and Aegis, and they both get up and run to her. The little one is still sitting at the table, kind of, I don't want to move. And they give her hugs and everything, and they're like, and you hear beeping, and you can see Nyx is very happy because they're all happy because they're glowing a little bit more on their internals and where they're at. And you see Nyx's wings and everything fold up back around onto her back. And she stops and she looks up and sees the little one and she goes, oh. And she turns to both you and Overload and she looks, I thought they weren't all active. And she's kind of gesturing slowly.
I was hoping you might be able to shed a little more light on that one, but for now we'll discuss all that later.
Yes, that's unusual to see such a little one. Um, and she starts talking to Aegis and Carbine again real quick. Um, sorry, Gilgamesh, Overload. Give me just a moment with them. I'm kind of getting information from them, and she's kind of you can hear a little wavering tone, and you see them gesturing, and the little one's kind of like you see it kind of like ducking back under the table a little bit, and all you see is the eyes and the top of the head and the two little hands, and you can see one of the hands kind of go down, and you have this feeling she's holding on to that little plaque, and it's like Nyx kind of stands up, and she's not as short as they are, so she's a little taller. She walks over there with Aegis and Carbine. You see the little one kind of duck under the table, and you can't really see it for the moment, but it kind of scrambles under a little bit. And you see Carbine kind of move up a little quicker, and it's like, and you hear beeping, and you hear Nyx beeping, but it's quiet and soft. And from the darkness, you just see the little hand slowly come out and touch her fingers, and she lets it kind of just. You're seeing this moment, and the little one comes out further, and for an instant, just for that moment, you swear you can understand what's happening. And she reaches out. The little one puts her hand in hers. Now, her hand is still, it's pretty big. It's like yours, Gilgamesh. It's still big. So you can see her put her hand in there, and she gestures like, come on. And the little one kind of steps out, and you can see her gesture to the plaque that she's holding. And the little one is very hesitant, but she doesn't let it go. She sets it in her fingers, and you can hear the little servos, zzz, and you see Nyx's optics readjust and look down, and zzz, and she kind of reaches around. It's okay, kind of thing. You know what's happening, and she kind of picks her up gently in one hand, and she literally is holding her like she's just a tiny little thing in one hand, and she kind of holds her up to her. Where's the med bay again? It's been a while since I've been here.
I'm just standing in the hallway, just gesturing for near down this way.
Excellent. Lead the way. And they all follow you. As you all make your way down, you hear some beeping between all of them. And Nick's kind of... Did you both find all of these? Mini-cons that you found?
Yeah, in one way or another.
Okay, so did...
I'm gonna head down to the med bay with them.
And she kind of she looks back at you, Void Striker, because she hasn't really acknowledged you, but she knows you're there. And she's like, and him? She's gesturing back at Void Striker.
He's a new associate of ours.
She stops for a second just as you guys get down there, and she turns around, and she's still shorter than Gilgamesh. She's not short like a mini-con because she's a like an elder to them at this point.
So I'll just kind of walk beside Nyx. This is Void Striker. Void Striker. This is Nyx.
And she just stares at She stares at you. I know of you. Love the rumors of your deaths. And she turns around. Are you going to help us here too? She's just
I help
looking
where
at
I can.
Very well.
By the way, as I'm saying this, I'm going to hand over the new tiny rapier to Gilgamesh to give to Carbine whenever.
I'm just gonna just pocket it and just kind of give him a just thank you and just kind of put it away.
And you see Nick, and Felix is in there cleaning up and working. Micron's over. And you see him turn around. Nix, it is such a good to see you. Why are you here? Well, I should figure why you're here. You're here for them. And he gestures toward the cabinet. She looks down. It kind of looks funny at him, like, what am I looking at? Because it's a concealed cabinet. Micron's like, Felix, she doesn't understand that. You need to show her. And he points down because he transformed. And you see Felix, sorry, Nix, just excited to see you. Come on in. And he presses the button and it slides open and you see her optics go wide and you see her start to glow. And she starts to shift a bit. That kind of invisibility thing that she does, you can see it bending the light and everything around her for a moment, and then it snaps back. And there's so many, and you see her kind of kneel down and touch some of them, and then she gets to the ones, and she turns her head to all of you. These ones aren't alive.
We understood that they were sleeping. Which some of them didn't survive the process that they were put into. But we were able to at least stabilize the ones that were showing to be alive.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we just couldn't save all of them.
You see your head kind of go down. You saved as many as you could. I am grateful for this. You can see Carbine kind of go over her because she's kneeled down, and you see Carbine kind of put her hand on her shoulder. And the little one's still in her hand, so she's kind of looking up at her.
Just like she's carrying a baby.
Yeah, it's almost like that. It's just she's so small to her still. It's like for you, if you picked her up, it would be literally, she would be just in your hand. So she's sitting there, and you can see the little one reaching up and wiping something off of her face. And you can see her hand come back to the little one and gently tap. And you hear a few small, soft beeps. And she stands back up, and you can see her like composing herself, and Felix is standing there because he can see her, so can Micron, and they're like just kind of looking at you guys and looking back and going like, don't say anything stupid. And she turns around. So I came back to this. This is what I've been picking up. I did find a few other signals, but they were more of his stuff, and you see her kind of get mad a little bit. But we don't have a home for them. But you said something's wrong with their charging, or there was something was happening. Carbine and Aegis were.
We are looking into that solution.
The short story is that the power regulator that they were using wasn't sufficient, and it wasn't either giving them enough power
Correction,
or giving
it
them
is
too much.
delivering too much.
As I was just gonna say, either one or the other.
Yes, that would be yes.
I believe the wording I said was it was effectively passing through 400 times the amount of energon that they require.
Yes, it's minicons process it at a different rate. Yes, because they are smaller. We all are, but usually, and she kind of taps on one of the canisters. These are not our stasis, and she kind of looks at him and turns back. How did you temporarily fix this?
I will just bring up a hollow screen of the process we did.
And she's standing there for a moment, and you can see the little ones kind of playing with her fingers a little bit, but she's not even looking away from what you're showing her. And she looks down at Carbine. Good job. That was very ingenious.
We are already tracking down a signal of a minicon vessel. When we've got time, we'll go over and retrieve it. With that, I should be able to reverse engineer effective charging beds for them.
That would be most excellent. I will stick around if it is all right with you, Captain. And she's looking at you, Overload.
I do not see why not.
Very well. I will make accommodations for myself. I see you're here, Felix, Micron. I'm assuming most of everybody else is still. Where is And she's looking around. Where's the flyer? What is Skipjack? Where is he at?
It is.
Eyes kind of go a little dark at that.
It is a long story.
Oh.
But
I'm sorry. I did not mean to bring
it
up.
is all right. You were not here for it, so you do not know.
Very well. I'm assuming most of the other crew is still here. Then.
For the most part, we did have an incident with one.
One? So.
I'm just gonna point towards the one.
The baby blend.
Well, they're all still in charge, so she's like, okay, well,
You know the one blend.
yes, very handy.
His old body was tampered with.
And you hear Carbine beeping at her. It's like, and she looks up. And you hear, it's like looking suddenly back down and looking back up at you and looking back down at Carbine. And you hear beeping. She stuck her hand in his head. Very confused. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'm assuming he's still around here somewhere, maybe?
He went to charge with the other little ones.
Ah, yes. those three. But for now, I might make my way up to your energy place. Excuse me. I forgot. Galley, as you call it, and maybe sit down with these ones and catch up, and then see what I can do to help all of you, since you've rescued more of our people.
Well, we got plenty of time to catch up. We're still about a day and a half out, and I need to go recharge myself, so.
Oh, very well. I will catch up with them if it's all right. And she kind of beeps at the little one quietly, and you see it nod enthusiastically.
By all
And
means, you're a guest here.
I will find quarters that's available. I will talk to you all later and maybe get some more input, and maybe I can give you all some input too. There's a lot of interesting things happening.
Oh, believe me, we know.
And
Or at least we have out.
and she looks over at you, Void Striker, and you're interesting still. I've been around for a very long time. And if the things I've heard about you, we'll see. And she kind of walks out of the room with the little one. Carbine kind of looks up at you, Gilgamesh. I'll catch up in the charge bed later.
You rest when you're done.
Aegis kind of looks at you, Overload. I will be back soon. I will be on my perch in charge soon.
You do so.
And you see them all kind of go off. Through the windows, you can see Nyx kind of look over through the medbay windows, kind of looking at all of you, and just kind of grins and nods a little bit and just keeps on walking with them all. And you just suddenly hear little bits of beeping as they're going up and things are going on. And it kind of fades as you're all standing there.
So at this point, I'm gonna go walk to my room and I'm gonna go recharge.
As you do, you pass Kiara, who's going down, or was coming, or going down to the galley when you guys went down to the med bay. She didn't meet Nyx yet. And she comes back up. And you're both kind of meeting in the hallways. You're both coming up. Or you're coming up and she's coming around. She stops you. You know another one?
Another what?
Minicon. She's big one. She's kind of surprised. I bet.
Well, I mean, given our recent company lately, are you that surprised?
Well, you didn't tell me. And she hits you on the arm again.
Ow! Again, same spot. Why?
Because you didn't tell me. That's why.
Well, there's a lot that I haven't been able to catch you up on. I mean, we haven't exactly had time to just sit back and relax, you know?
Yeah, I know. And she kind of strolls with you toward your room to let you go and sleep. But she's like, so her name is Nyx, but I can understand her. How? She's a little puzzled at this point. She's Minicon. She has the symbol. She doesn't read out the same as a Cybertronian. She reads out as a Minicon. So, where did she come from?
It might be best if you asked her and heard her story yourself.
Can I? And she kind of looks at you like
Well,
should I?
She's gonna be on the ship with us. I mean, if you feel inclined to ask her, go right ahead.
She seems to be in conversation with them, the other Minicons. I will let them be for now, and I will ask later, but I will charge up here in a little bit. But you go charge up, and she kind of thumps you, but not hard, but not in the same spot. Go get some sleep. Charge up. And she kind of puts her hand on your face. Go. And she walks away from you. And she goes up to the bridge.
Going. And yeah, I'm just going to my room and I'm gonna go charge.
So you're on charge. Overload, what are you doing?
I don't exactly need to be on charge currently, so I guess I'll just be on standby and I guess keep an eye out on the bridge to see if anything approaches. Give Phoenix a bit of a hand.
Yeah, and you got Kiara up there helping too. So she'll charge up here in just a little bit or so. You kind of bump into Aegis as you're going to up to the bridge. He's heading to the quarters, and he kind of thumps you in the leg. It's really cool. She's back.
Dude.
I'm gonna go charge up. I've been running for a while. I'm exhausted.
You do so.
Don't forget to charge up yourself, and he hits you really hard in the leg. To you, it's more like a thunk, and you're just like, whatever. you can feel it, but it's just like, eh.
Oh, believe me, you need it more than I do.
Oh, give me a break, big one. And you see him walk to the hatch, and the hatch is open, and you see him just kind of turn to you, and he falls backwards through it, and the hatch closes behind him, but you don't hear a thud. So you know he probably transformed and flew and landed on his perch.
Sure.
And you hear in your head, of course I am.
Right. Keep forgetting that.
As you do, you guys kind of hear little footsteps, but it's 4, and you kind of can see down the hallway. You can see Carbine kind of look up and perk up, and you can see Kiara kind of turn as well, and she kind of like waves at her, and again, everybody, it seems like she's smiling a little bit, and you see the hatch open, you see her just hop down in, and the hatch closes quietly, and she's curled up on her charge bed near Gilgamesh. And you guys kind of hear this walking slowly up to the bridge, and you both see Nyx standing there, kind of at the doorway. And she's like, so, Overload, where are we headed to?
Or is that toward me?
Yeah, she's asking you, Overload.
To my knowledge, we're heading to a outpost that Void has. Don't have much information on it myself, so it's gonna be new for me.
How long have you known Void Striker? You can see she's kind of probing you a little bit.
A bit longer than most of my companions that I've had. Then again, he was not exactly a Decepticon, so.
You notice over kind of, because Nyx is looking more at you, and she's got her back kind of turned toward Kiara, but Kiara's looking down at her kind of wide optic and looked up at you like I don't know what to say to her. It's like and you see Nyx kind of, do you trust this Void Striker?
More so than my last companion.
And her eyebrow goes up. Last companion? You mean Gilgamesh? Or...
No, another one.
Oh.
He was actually killed by Gilgamesh.
Oh. Kind of confused now. Okay, I'll leave it.
Again, Decepticon.
Can run, scamper, skip a dance.
Yes, again, Decepticon. So, not always the best to trust.
Yes, I know. And she kind of reaches up and touches the scratched out symbol on your shoulder. Or it's on your shoulder, right?
Yeah.
I'm forgetting where it's at. And she
It is on
kind
my
of...
shoulder.
And she kind of runs her hand, Decepticon. And you can feel her fingers running through the scratch marks on it. And she kind of, good to see you. And she pats your arm. It is good to see you. Carmine and Aegis, they look at you as a big, strong wall. Kind of grins at you.
Well, I mean, I am.
True, you are. And she suddenly turns and she goes, and now we briefly met, was Kiara, correct? And you could she still has her hand on your arm, Overload. So Nyx is kind of sitting there and you kind of see her tapping on your arm like, so who are you? And you swear you can see Kiara kind of like blush and kind of get shocked. And she's kind of stumbling over her words.
This is Kiara, associate of Gilgamesh. I don't really know their relationship that well.
Oh, associate. And you see her walk over very carefully. He looks her up and down. She likes to stumble over her words, doesn't she? And she looks back. Nyx looks back at you, and she looks back at Kiara. And she's still.
She's a bit nervous around you for some reason. Probably because she can actually understand you for one.
Yes, that's because I choose to let you all understand me, instead of me choosing one because I am not. And she kind of leans over, and she puts her hand on Kiara's arm. I'm not just a minicon. I am a much older minicon. And don't bring up my age. And she starts looking at her, and see Kiara kind of, I'm sorry. I just curious. I want to help. And I've never seen a minicon like you before.
Yeah, she did seem to have questions for you since, for one, you can actually reply to her.
True. I have grown a little more confident since our meeting because I'm much more comfortable around you all now. I would like for somebody to ask me some questions now again. I've been around for a very long time, but you could see Nyx just in a little hop. She is sitting on the console, like literally just sitting up there. And Kiara's kind of like taken aback and just sitting there. And she looks at you, Overload, like, and you see Nyx kind of relax back a bit, and she goes, ask away. I am more than willing to answer questions. Kiara asks her where she came from, how long has she been out there, what has she been doing, and Nyx answers all the questions. I've been bouncing around, came from a little planet where the indigenous creatures there referred to me as a goddess of sorts. Hence my name, Nyx. I became one of their legends, I guess. They all wore these funny looking material things around them for the little flesh things they were. Very amusing. But for that, I used to travel to explore, and I was sent to that planet for energy readings. But I left a long time ago, and now I'm looking for my people, which you see her sit forward and she becomes a little more serious. My understanding, they have found some of them. And she doesn't have the little one in her hand. She kind of looks, and you found the little one. She just wants to be referred to that for right now. But she is very interesting because she shouldn't have survived. most little bots, especially Minicon, if they're removed at a certain stage, they will die. She's got a strong spark in her. But
Well, it's a good thing the one that found her had a good sense of morale.
you see Nyx kind of hop down. She kind of comes over and hops up, and she kind of uses your legs because you're so much bigger to kind of hop up and sit up. And she's kind of sitting there. Yes, I noticed that this little one, she's very popular on your ship. Is she like your little mascot here now? And she's kind of curiously grinning at you.
Okay. Everyone's just more or less curious of her.
Yes, I can see why.
And also trying to help her get out of her uncomfortable state.
Well, I will tell you both this, that she's going to take a lot to get out of that stage.
I take the time. I take all the time I need.
What they originally did to her before. You have somebody on board named Varish who
Yes,
saved her?
to my understanding, yes.
Hmm.
Instead of doing what normal Decepticons would have done, he spared her and hid her.
Yes. Speaking of, Aegis told me of him, the one that you used to know, that, and she kind of gets dead serious, and Kiara is like, I think I'm just gonna kind of go back to monitoring, but you can see her side-eyeing, like, uh-oh. Her optics are kind of like watching. It's like, uh-oh.
Isn't much to discuss about that one. Just
And
know that his doomsday will come.
you see her lean forward. Nyx is very close to you, and she goes, Aegis doesn't back off that easily. So you better
Believe
be
me.
prepared.
Believe me, in the past, neither have I.
And then you suddenly see her blade, and if I get a hold of him, there won't be anything left. And for once, you see this very pissed off, very angry bot in front of you, and the blade disappears, and Kiara's kind of like, I think I'm gonna go charge now. And you see
You do that.
Nyx sits back instantly. If you want to ask me more questions, you can, dear. Please. And she just kind of like, you young bots are so funny. And she's kind of like, but I should go charge myself as well in a moment. And she goes, I'll talk to you later, Overload. It is great to
Yep.
see you, though.
Same to you.
By the way, and she taps on your chest just as she gets down. Nice that they chose you. And she walks away.
Alright. Chosen.
And you see her walk out of the room. Her wings are folded back. Kiara took up the other quarters, kind of next to Gilgamesh's because it's an empty quarters. And she's down there sleeping, charging up. You can see Nyx walking down the hallway. Void Striker, where are you at currently? He's probably charging up. I think he fell asleep. Yeah, shit. Shoot. I'm switching screens, and I lost my screen. Hang on. All right, there we go. Void Striker, are you there still? Oh, that's all right. He's gonna go to charge too. But with everything that's happening, you guys are about an hour away from your destination as is. Actually, you're probably a little closer than that. And oops, I am losing my screens today. And can you guys see the screens? I Can't see mine now. Where did it go?
I'm just looking at the map. I'm not looking at the stream.
Oh no, there it goes. Okay, I'm just my windows keep minimizing.
What's going on?
Give me a second.
Oh, he's trying to change maps.
Come on. Okay, that is not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. As things are calmed down, Void Striker, what are you doing?
After messing around in the med bay, making sure everything's in order, I went to go take a long rest, so I can annoy you with more flashes of geniuses later.
Yeah, of course. As you do, you kind of run into Nyx on the way, and she's kind of looking you up and down. So, you're this Void Striker I've heard of. You've been around a few times. I've known about your... And she kind of looks at you kind of upward, and the eyebrow goes up. Deaths? Very ingenious.
I can assure you, they're all very exaggerated.
So, what purpose are you serving?
Are you asking why I'm here?
That? Do you mean them harm?
The reason I'm here is simple. They simply asked for my help.
As long as you're here to help. I've heard about your other stories. At least, seen some of the aftermath.
I've done many things I'm not proud of, but all of them were necessary.
Sometimes we all have to do some things that are necessary. Overload tells me we're going to one of your locations.
The location we're going to, you might know as the Black Station.
And she just kind of one eyebrow goes up, and she just looks at you. Oh. Okay. Then should I have to worry while I'm there?
No. In fact, if all things go to plan, it might be an area for you and your kind to regroup.
She turns dead straight at you, and she goes, "You would allow us to use your place to do that?"
The Black Station's official name is Ouroboros Station. It was built during the period where Minicons and Cybertronians worked together without the Minicons being used as tools.
Yes, I know of it. It was once a great place. Is it still?
It's because of that I had to initiate its emergency defense programs, so it wouldn't fall to the wrong hands.
You made it disappear.
And I'll make it reappear.
That means its defenses are armed?
Not its defensive weaponry, just its slightly phased out of reality.
That is a defensive weapon on its own. I might see this is a good omen for our people.
I suppose the most useful device there would be the prototype space bridge.
And you see her optics kind of go wide. You got the prototype to work?
If all the data and systems are still functional, it should still be somewhat functional. Might need to updates to function better without, the chance of exploding.
Well, you have minicons that might be willing to help you. And she kind of turns around, and I'm going to go find a charge bed.
What?
Just a little bit. I would like to talk to you some more when we get there about this, or maybe even before, if we have time, but
I'll
I
have
need to
plenty of time when we get there. After all, I need to bring online the energon generator.
yes, the generator was kind of old. Does it still function as it used to? Or is it run off the
When
backup
I
systems?
left, it was still self-sufficient.
Good. We might have a chance then. For all of us. And you can see her reach up and touch your arm.
I
Don't
mean, my
run away.
thigh. I am really tall, remember?
Yeah, she's about the height of Gilgamesh, so she's a little shorter than him, but not by much, but she can reach up still. She reaches up and touches your arm, and she goes, just don't run away from us.
I've only run away from something once in my life.
Yes, I know. I've been around a lot longer than any of you. And she kind of turns, go charge up yourself. I need to rest for just a little bit. And she just walks off quietly.
Alright, time to go regain my used Flesh of Genius.
Yep. So, I'm going to speed this up here a little bit. You all go to charge. I'm going to say everything kind of charges up. I'm going to let it just full charge at this point because I don't see the point of having you guys do this on a short moment. Plus, you really haven't done anything yet. So, as you are in charge, Phoenix is flying the ship right now on autopilot, but he's monitoring. He will alert you at any moment. You suddenly all are coming out of charge at the same time. The lights are red, not flashing, they're just red. And you hear Phoenix coming across your comms. Coming across anomaly ahead. Location unknown.
With that, I'm going to make my way up to the bridge.
Yep. I'm gonna wake up Carbine and I'm gonna head up to the bridge.
She stretches out and yawns a bit, and you notice that the little one is there, curled up, kind of in the middle of Carbine, a little bit, and she kind of gets up slowly and lets the little one just kind of lay back, and she nods to you, hops up on your shoulder, and goes with you. Aegis is getting up too, and he's in his bird form. So Overload, he'll land on your shoulder and kind of go with you.
Is anybody on the bridge by the time I get here?
Kiara is already there. She is...
As I enter the bridge, I'm going to ask her. So, are we approaching the coordinates now?
Yes, we are. She doesn't look at you. She's just looking at the screens and out the front window back and forth. And she goes, it's got a strange anomaly ahead of us. Is this the station?
Phoenix, scan anomaly and transmit data.
He scans it over and he sends the data right to you. Kiara's looking at it too, because she can see it on the screens. She's like, what is
We're
this?
at the right location.
So I'm taking over in the pilot chair and I'm just gonna look to Void. So how are we getting in?
Uncomfortably close, remember?
Well, you're gonna need to
I'm
walk
going
me through
to
it since
give
I'm the
him
pilot
a
here.
flight path.
All
All
right.
right.
So you give him a flight path. Describe to me what he has to do, Void Striker, for this flight path. I'm going to let you describe it.
The flight path is very inefficient. Like, if this safe path, if anybody else were to discover, it's basically like, congratulations, you basically have to fly in front of a defense of a space station for a good 3 minutes before you get to the safe zone.
Yeehaw! So, Gilgamesh, you're going to have to put your skills to the test on the piloting, but Phoenix is going to try and help you, and Kiara's going to do the best she can at navigating you at this point, and it's in your hands right now.
All right, just tell me what I'm rolling.
Why don't we roll? Oh, screw it. Roll a dex.
All right. 18.
Hey, no, it's not.
That adds what? How much to it?
That's
Doesn't
plus my
matter.
intelligence modifier, so it's +5.
So it'd
Oh
be
my God.
23.
How many legs are to this little route of yours, Void Striker?
Enough to be annoying, but not as much as one would think.
Okay, I'm gonna guess like 15 segments, maybe
Pretty
more.
much.
Okay, I'm gonna say 17 segments of this. Gilgamesh, you take it with that 23. You maneuver the ship, and it's pretty much you can see everybody kind of hold on to the frame of the ship somewhere.
Instead of holding on, I'm just gonna magnetize my feet to the ship.
And he erases all the systems. Oh, great! Now we're no I'm kidding. You're sitting there, you're magnetized down. You can see Carbine's just sitting there wrapped around your neck. She's not moving. And Aegis, well, he's on your shoulder overload, so he's not going anywhere. But you can see the ship maneuvering around what looks like blank, empty space almost. And you make about 4 of the segments, and I need you to roll me another dex.
Right too. Ooh,
This one,
not so good.
you kind of hit the rough patch, and you can feel the ship kind of shift and shimmy really badly. Kiara comes across. Oh, you're out of bounds. You're out of bounds. You need to get back over there now. And she's like, you can see her optics.
Don't
wide.
worry,
She's
I'm a leaf on the wind.
At
There
this
it
point,
is.
I would like to bring up like a holo screen showing the save zone so we can clearly see them.
As you do, Kiara is looking at it, and she goes, okay, I'm going to recalculate. So she's going to give you a little bit of help on navigating it. And she brings it back over. The ship is still vibrating violently. You can hear stuff kind of falling around back in the ship. And you can hear the rest of the crew kind of, grab it, stop it. You can just hear some chaotic moments in the back. And I'm going to have you roll another dex now. For different reasons. Nice.
12.
You pull it back in, you get to the next segment, and you can feel the ship almost like it's getting pulled and pushed at the same time. And you kind of feel it getting like turned. And you hear Kiara, the ship's trying to rotate like around.
I'm gonna turn with it.
And she kind of goes, I don't know what you're planning, but I hope it's good. And you can see her holding on to the console as you're doing this. And she's like buckled in. She's like, oh, come on, make sure this thing's working. And I'm going to have you roll again another dex.
All right. And wow.
You feel the ship just spin around. And you can feel the push and pull again of the ship, just getting pushed back and forth hard. And you can see and hear stuff kind of flopping around, small stuff up in the cockpit, but you can hear back in the ship. You can hear all the little bots kind of, oh, make sure that doesn't come off. I'll push it back. Get the thing. And you hear some stuff in the kitchen area just. Go ahead and roll me another dex.
15.
With this one, you pull the ship around, and you can feel it tugging as you come around 2 of the segments. And you can feel it lightening up a little bit. And you can hear the little bots come across the comms. Engine's taking a lot of stress. And you hear Phoenix respond, engine is running higher than normal, and pushing any harder might result in damage.
I'm
And-
going to eject Scamper and send him down to engineering bay.
And you hear the little bot, yay, help! They're kind of not panicking, but they're like frantically trying to keep things going. And you can hear things just bumping around. I want you to give me one more dex.
All right.
Kiara grabs a hold of the other yoke, and she goes, do you need some help? And she pulls with you and turns hard, and you could swear one of the engines flips around for some reason, just the way it feels, but it's maneuvering and twisting the ship back around. You feel the stresses on the ship, but suddenly it's all calm. It's quiet. The ship, you can hear it kind of wind down a little bit, and you hear this humming from the ship. It's just its normal state. Everything kind of calms and settles, and Kiara's like, stop here. And she just,
Full stop.
and he's like, Void Striker, is there some kind of invisibility on it?
Transmitting command code now.
As you do, you see this huge rock, but there's this doorway on the front of it, but the rock kind of looks funny shaped. It's kind of elongated. But you see built within the rock, as it starts to come into view and shimmer into view, the station built within it. And it kind of looks, how do I describe this? Like a brownish rock with little pits in it. Very similar to some type of food. Wonder what it could be. It looks like a potato. As you do, you see the hangar doors. And Kiara's like, do the doors open too with that code? She kind of just points at it.
The system is currently coming online. It shouldn't be more than at least 30 seconds.
She starts to pick up readings. She goes, this thing is really powered up. It's still... I'm picking up some energy signals here and there. And the door starts to crack open. And you can see the light coming out from it a bit. It's like it's starting to power on. You see the light start to... And it's not bright white light. It's kind of a dimmed light, so it doesn't blind you as you're coming in. You set it up so that when you flew in, your optics didn't get blinded by it. So you see this huge door open, and you see another door further in. It's massive. I'm gonna do... I'm not gonna switch that yet. I will switch it here in a second. As you do, Gilgamesh, you can fly the ship in, and even Phoenix is like, we're all clear to land. He's very calm.
Yep. So once we're cleared, I'm just going to go ahead and start moving the ship into dock.
As you do bring it in and you get closer into the opening, you can suddenly feel what gravity pulling down on you a bit. And you're feeling the gravity generators of the station kicked on, and you could see what looks like some stuff that wasn't bolted down before. To save on power, the gravity generators kind of shut off. You kind of fell right where they were, floating. And you land the ship. Phoenix kind of comes across, and you hear him just very plain, shutting down engines, powering down systems. And Kiara, you can just see her kind of letting go of the yoke. I'm not a pilot. She kind of just lets go and like working her joints and everything.
Well
Yeah,
done,
it's not
everybody.
easy being one.
Allow me to welcome you to the quote-unquote legendary Black Station, known as Ouroboros Station.
Hopefully you guys can see this.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
switched
just
over to
had
me now.
I moved over.
Now I added some stuff to this map, so have fun.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the stream. It looks really nice.
Get off that screen now. No, you can look. I don't care. But oh my god, it actually worked this time. Sorry. The music,
Yes,
sir.
click doors. Click
Yes.
doors, they open.
And wherever you go, it's explorable light until you guys get through the entire map. I'm not going to undo the shade of darkness kind of thing. So when you get to a door, you can open it up. So you guys are standing inside this huge hangar, but you see this other giant door down there that somebody's already opened up, obviously, because I could see the light.
Yes.
He was having fun with them. But that door is currently
Click,
still...
click, click, click.
Yeah. That door is currently still closed for the moment because the other door is still shutting, and thankfully your transformers, you don't need air. Although your station can be pressurized, you don't need it right now because you don't have any living creatures on board. At least that breathe oxygen that need it. You hear the big hangar door and you hear it like locking down. You guys are inside what this station that has been sitting for a very long time. Void Striker, you would know this station. Well, you know this station. Lead them around.
First place we should probably head is the command center.
And I will ping that here. That is where it's at. And you can open the other hangar door, and you guys would see the
There you
space bridge. It's not running; it's just sitting there, so you don't see that portal. That's actually a secondary graphic on top of it.
I don't seem to be able to move my icon.
Oh shoot! It did not.
Me,
I'll get you.
Mr. Stream, I can't move.
Oh my god! It did not set you guys up to.
I mean,
I
it
am
set me
so
up.
Yeah, I don't know
Yep,
why.
there we
I
go.
can-
Now,
Okay.
now I can move.
I'm gonna get you overloaded.
I can move Aegis, but not me.
Are you serious? Oh my god. Okay. Go ahead, try now. There you go. And you all should have lighting, everything. You should be able to see in the
Yeah.
dark easily. There is no darkness really in the station, so.
I'm waiting for everybody to catch up before I move on.
I'm not gonna lie, my screen is fucking lagging.
Oh, because it's squeeze down on it. Maybe that might help. This is a very big map in a way because
Yeah,
had
I'm
to customize
zoomed in
make-
at like 150%.
Now, let's see who's where at. So you guys get to do. You can leave your icon there, Mercer, if you want, and you can just say you're tagging along. Okay. If
Yeah,
that much.
I physically
okay.
can't move that much.
No, that's okay. That's all right. So you get to the door, you open it up, Void Striker, and you're all kind of standing there, and you see in this room kind of like a large area, and they're melee weapon kind of things, swords, maces, other things kind of sitting on the walls, on tables. This is like a skirmish room, somewhere you can test out or practice fighting or whatever you want to do. As you open the doors to the command center, you step in, and the lights are all, as you progress through this, the lights come on in each one of these rooms. And you can see that the consoles boot up and everything's running. And one of the consoles shows the station status.
I'm going to proceed to connect myself to the station systems.
All right. As you do, you start getting input, and it shows the station is in a nominal state and has been running for quite some time, but you're going to have to do some visual checks on a lot of equipment to make sure everything's running smooth.
Everything seems to be running fine according to the computer systems. But without a full visual check, I can't be sure.
Both Aegis and Carbine are looking around intently. Aegis kind of, you hear Overlord, you hear him kind of This is a very interesting station. I see small doorways, and you can kind of see Carbine, and you hear some beeping between them. And Carbine, you can hear Gilgamesh, you can hear Carbine. This is interesting. I've only heard of some place like this. Don't mind the laughing, it's not a creepy monster in there. So as you're all looking around, is there anything you guys would like to specifically do?
The door's locked on me, apparently.
Well, did you enter your code?
Yes.
Did you now? No, it's not.
There we go.
Some doors will be locked because they are certain areas. You just walked into your data center. That's the reason why those doors are locked.
Now that I'm in here, I'm going to set up a link between Phoenix and the station.
You can hear Phoenix come across, ready for a connection.
And beginning now.
Can I make a perception check of the room?
Yes. You see everything, pretty much.
Is there anything that looks to be relatively old? Like anything that might be indicating something else might be here?
So far, no. You just see
Okay.
the systems. It looks like it's been a sealed up room. It looks pretty clean. No dust has been able to settle because the gravity generators have been off, so everything just kind of floats around. But this room is kind of, in a sense, hermetically sealed, so no air in or out kind of thing, because
Okay.
it is their primary data center. It's just a very creepy old station so far.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to ignore the Ishimura vibes.
Alright,
I'm gonna
after I
move
set
your
up the
icon.
link, I'm gonna go back to the command center.
All right, so you're all in there. Close the door.
I mean, the music is really giving me the Ishimura vibes. So.
Because it is technically an empty station, it's going to be creepy as hell. So the lights are slowly coming on every time you enter a room. You're going to get that vibe from it. It's made to be kind of
Just waiting for us to walk into a room with blood written on the wall. Cut off the limbs.
Take the leg.
Oh.
Overload.
What the
Take
hell's
the
going
leg.
on?
Oh.
Oh, God damn it. It was moving my screen around along with my token as I was trying to move it.
Oh, well, I hope.
Uh,
No, you
right
don't
in
get
this way
to.
now.
Oh, you're down. Oh, you're down here. You walk into here. I've kind of preemptively set this room up, but right now you see kind of some of the equipment in here, a couple of computer setups. You don't see those little black things right there right now. Those will be brought aboard shortly.
Yeah.
So
I'm just gonna do a visual sweep of the room to make sure everything's here, as well as check the systems to make sure power is coming into the room.
yeah, so all the lights come up. Some of the rooms you can see when you first enter, some of the floor lighting is on. Not a lot. It's like here and there to give a little bit of lighting for walking in the dark. So as you progress through, you see a lot of this stuff kicking on. Everything seems to be working. And you two are more than welcome to explore too. Overload, let me know. I can move your icon for you, and it should hopefully catch up. Because I got you sitting in the command center right now. So,
Medbay.
I'm
Yep.
just gonna take Carbine and we're gonna go explore this other room over here.
all right, Void Striker. Yes, you found the med bay. There,
Gonna make sure all the medical equipment's online.
you see it power up. You see the middle console there is kind of flickering on and off, and it's working, but it kind of intermittent. It comes and goes. Gilgamesh, you are in a sense a secondary command center in a way. It's also where it's data processing, navigation, pretty much any scientific readouts that are in space right now around the station as well. So it's the same as the command center.
All right. So just gonna keep going into the next room, going up.
You find a lab. It looks like it's got strange artifacts. One large one kind of sitting in the middle of the room. These are just sitting out there. You can see them. They look odd, very strange looking
I've done the
instruments.
games room.
So yeah, I'm just gonna start kind of observing the artifacts and just kind of looking them over.
All right. While you're doing that, Void Striker, you found the
The
lounge
recreation
area.
room.
Yep, it's the recreation lounge room. You see the couches and everything. And as you progress forward there, oh, I hope that one works. I didn't put doors on these here because there was a lot of doors, and I was like, nah.
Yeah,
You find
I'm
the
just
crew
gonna
quarters.
proceed down the hallway, just making sure each room is receiving power.
Yep, all the lights kick on. You see one of the smaller middle rooms right here. The light doesn't kick on. You see the floor light. It gives some light, but it's not functioning properly.
I am keeping mental note on shit that I probably need to fix.
You can see this. Everything else is powered on. You do see in these quarters there are lockers for personalized crew stuff that they have.
Oh, there's a room back here. Thought so.
Oops. There we go. Ooh, my screen's bouncing around now. There we go. Let go. Let go. There we go.
Galley, yeah.
Yep, you found the galley. The kitchen area. More creature comforts and everything.
I'll let the person in charge of the galley figure out if something in his broken. I can fix it then.
Kevin will come down and look at it.
Now, if I remember correctly, according to this map, I would like to put in my code because this is that room, isn't it?
What room? Oh, it ain't. You can open it though.
Yeah.
This is the power.
Alright, now that I'm here, I'm going to make sure everything is alright, as well as bring on its self-sufficiency.
Gilgamesh, you walk down to a 4-way hallway. You have a door to your left, door to your right, and a door straight ahead of you. Oops, where's my mouse there?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its toe. That one's locked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can always ask somebody for the code if he's willing to give it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And Void Striker.
I'm just gonna radio to Void Striker. Found an area with 3 locked doors.
That's this room, Void Striker. I'm pinging you.
Give me your location.
Up here. I'm just gonna kind of ping him.
And I'm going to insert my code.
Alright, I will pop a lock. That opens up the door to the power room from there.
What door are you having trouble with?
It was that whole hallway. All the doors are locked over here.
I'm not surprised considering the rooms that are here.
This one is that one room. I'm just making sure you know.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yep, so just kind of walking in, observing the power room.
I didn't mean to close the door. I'm trying to grab my token. Goddammit, game.
Do I need
Again.
to make yours bigger?
No.
I have to zoom down for this. So you're in the power room. You can hear it humming, and you can still actually hear it winding up, like it's powering up even more. You can see the reactor on the other side is even starting to become a little more like brighter as it starts to power up. Oops.
All right, well,
Once
seeing...
I'm sure that this is all powered up, I'm going to head. Yeah.
You want this door open?
Yes.
You pop the code, it opens up, and you read a sign just on the outside that says cryo storage. That's the reason why the doors are locked. You pop the codes.
I'm gonna close the door as we're coming in because this is cryo.
Yep. That's why you had it sealed up during the times you're not using it. And you walk in, you find different liquids, you find different things that are currently in a stasis-like form. You have some plant materials that are frozen.
After making sure nothing in here is, broken and busted, I'm gonna proceed to leave.
Yeah, and everything's functioning. I'll tell you that. At least in that room.
So I want to make a perception on these little cylinders over here.
All right, go ahead. Go for it. See what you got. See what you got.
22.
Oh, wow. You look at them.
What's inside them?
They are canisters of different materials. It's a little more rare stuff that sits in this room with the cryo storage. That's the reason, again, for the doors being locked. So you're looking at more rare items, metals. It's not a lot of it, but it's some of it.
But it's not in cryostasis.
No. Cryostasis
Okay.
really is this room up here. This is
Okay.
just kind of part storage, but it's a more secured storage.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'll unlock that door. There you go. Now I can leave them unlocked. Thank you. So you walk into your weapons lab. Gilgamesh, you kind of come in after. You see all these guns. You see the screens power up. You see the two screens not exactly power up. They kind of, one flickers and sparks and kind of looks like it burns out. The other one's kind of flickering on and off on two panels of it. It's kind of working. And one of the lights in the room is kind of flickering too.
Well, since I haven't been down here, I'm going this way.
So we open this one up. I'm assuming you gave him the code. There we go. So, Void Striker, you see one room where you found artifacts or people, you've come across traders who've given you these items or you procured, and you're kind of like, I'll take a look at these. These are fascinating. I'll look at them later, and you kind of put them in this lab to experiment with and look at. Gilgamesh, you walk into another lab that it kind of looks like it's not being used for anything right now. It's kind of empty-ish looking. You see some of the consoles power up. One of the consoles looks like it's kind of hanging sideways. Like it shouldn't be.
Does it look like something smashed the console?
No, it just looks like it kind of came off the wall somehow.
Was it like ripped off the wall? Was it like
Just
punched?
Looks like it came off. There might have been an impact on the outside and it hit and caused that to move. Nothing damaged, like scratches or anything punched it. It just looks like it came off the wall.
Okay.
So now you're both in the same room. And you see...
God damn it.
What? What did
Doing
you
it to me
do?
again.
Oh, is it you're trying to go down that hall?
Yeah, and instead of moving my token, it's moving the screen.
Oh. Yeah, I sometimes have to double tap to get it to work. So you see down this long hall, you see a big door on the left, and you see a smaller door down at the end.
All the way to the end.
And you see your primary cargo where it comes in at. You see cargo boxes of all kinds of stuff that you kind of remember.
God,
There's
doing
some
it to me
stuff.
again.
But you see all this cargo down there. You kind of remember it's materials that you use for your experiments or to build certain things. You were working on a lot of those guns at one point, but they're older now. They're not really used as much anymore because they're kind of old. So, but you see a ton of storage boxes down here.
I need some help. I seem to be stuck.
Where are you?
I'm
you
stuck
stuck
in
behind
between
the
the
door?
doors over here.
In between doors? I lost you.
Yeah, where are you?
I'm over here.
Hang on. Oh, I see you. Okay, hang on. Oh,
Where is he?
Yeah, I can't.
Oh.
I'm stuck in the door.
how the heck did that happen?
Door's stuck. Please, I beg you. We're dead.
All right, hang on. Ping the door where you're at. I need to see. I see it
I'm
right
over
there.
here.
I
Like I can't. Like I'm
Okay.
trying to move my
Okay,
icon,
give
but
me
I
a
just keep
second.
opening and
I
closing
will-
the
Yeah.
door.
I will. Okay. Why won't you let me do this?
Yay!
I just removed the door. How's that? I just moved it out of the way, so don't
Door
worry.
icon's just a little big. A little
Yeah,
bigger than.
I kind of don't like that part where it won't let you guys adjust it. That's the one part I'm having a little issue with myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a new feature. It's fun.
Yeah, it kind of gives you something to challenge with too. So, but yeah, you guys, pretty much you almost have seen almost all of the station right now.
Oh, except the one locked door here in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
And looks how it's gonna stay.
Need to talk to him about that. I ain't answering that question. You come to the door, but somebody won't open it.
Yeah, something special behind the door.
You could say that. It's the only room on this station that I'm going to ask nobody to attempt to enter.
He's just gonna look at you. Just he's got a pretty good idea, and he's just gonna nod and he's just gonna walk out.
I can confirm right now what you're thinking is wrong.
Oh my God, he's got a sex dungeon.
That's where he keeps
Right,
all those
yeah.
funny magazines.
Alright, now that I'm, sure of, the condition the station's in. Yeah, come on, Pace, move.
I feel bad for Overload because you can't move your icon very easily because it's.
I'm going to come to the command center and
Yeah, I
Give,
physically can't move.
you've refreshed Row 20?
I could try doing that.
Well, now that I've
Oh.
done it once over on the station, I'm going to tell Phoenix that it's okay for other people to come on board now.
As you do, you can hear across the comms, you hear Kiara's like, I will wait to disembark from Phoenix until everybody else has chosen to leave because there's a few of your crew that doesn't feel comfortable getting off right yet.
That's fine. If you feel it's best that you wait with them, then do so.
You see Steele come off and he's looking around. You see Kevin come off as well. Felix is right behind them. And then you see the triplets kind of walk out on the ramp because you can see it through the camera displays as well for the hangar. And you can see them walk right back into the ship. And Blenn's kind of standing there like, what? And he turns to the others and you can see them like, it's okay. You see Micron in tow, and they come walking through. They come down the hallway, and I'm going to use your icon to do this. They come down the right hangar side, so that's down here at the bottom of the map. And I'm using Overload's icon to light it up. And they come down through. They end up in the fight room, and they see the door open, and they're like, this is a lot bigger. You hear Felix kind of responding, and they look around. Can we get a map of this place? This place is huge.
I will gladly transmit a map to everybody.
And they get an
Obviously, excluding the one room.
Yes, your map shows all these hallways and everything except for the one room, and they're like, "Oh," and you see Felix turn to his right, and he opens up the door, and he goes, "Oh, this is nice medical stuff." He leans back up. Void Striker, you got some nice medical equipment in here. And he walks in. The Micron's
Sadly,
behind
some
him.
of it is incredibly outdated.
And you don't hear them. They're just in there. You hear, "Look at this. This thing's way newer than what we had before." So what you have on there is kind of still a little newer in some stuff. And you see blend kind of with Steel and Kevin, and they walk through with Felix and that. They're kind of roaming down. They're heading toward what is marked as like crew quarters, lounge, galley. So, and you can kind of hear them like, well, this might be home for us for a while, maybe a long time. And Steele's like, the doors are big enough for me to fit through. Because he has a hard time still getting through the ship, even though he's smaller than still most of you, but he still has trouble. So, oops, no, don't do that. Can I get rid of that? I'll fix it later. I was hoping I could delete doors. I have to turn on certain things to do it. What's this?
I mean, you could always just move all the doors off the map for now.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll just leave them open though for now. But you can hear the station kind of humming up. You just hear this, and it's just the nice rumble. It's not loud or anything. You see Nyx come out, and she's holding the little one, and the little one's kind of like really pressed up against her, and you can see her wings on the cameras fold around and kind of cover over.
In the command center, I'm going to unlock all the minicom passageways as well.
You see her walk over to, and she sees the door open. Interesting. You can see her like, She steps through. Kiara kind of, the three matching little bots are not wanting to come off the ship right now. They're kind of in their quarters pouting, I think. He's really kind of trying to figure out what's happening.
I'm going to give transmit a data packet to her and go, give them that data packet. I'm pretty sure they'll enjoy it. It's just a data packet on how the self-sufficient energon generator works.
She goes, okay, I'll pass it on to him. And a few moments later, I'm coming off the ship. I don't know. They're talking, and I don't know if they're talking to themselves or somebody else. I'm going to come off the ship, though. And she cuts comms, and you see her come off, and she kind of follows up because Nyx is kind of just still standing there for a moment. And she kind of gestures to Kiara, like, hey, come on over here. And they both kind of go through the doorways, and they come down the hall. You guys can see them on the camera, and they pop out down just south. I don't have their icons on here, so I'm not gonna... It's the same with all the others. It's too much more for me to deal with. So you see them, and they kind of...
their icons will be on here maybe at a later session.
Yeah, I'll put them up later because that's a lot of icons for me to deal with. So you see them walk up to the command center doorway, and Kiara kind of steps in like, ooh, this is nice.
I'm going to point to one of the terminals and go, you'll particularly find that one over there useful for yourself.
Excellent. Oh, this is very nice. I'll take it. And
it should have access to the sensor sweep and all communication wings.
She goes, I'm getting to work right now. And you could see her powered on, and she's like, this is much more advanced than Phoenix. No offense, Phoenix. She's like, because the comms are still working through. So, and you see Nyx kind of standing there with the little one under her cloak. And she's like, so... this is the station I've heard so much about. And she walks in very slowly. Kiara even kind of stops and kind of turns, following her path in. What happened to all the mini-cons that did work here?
Before the Civil War, they all left to return to your homeworld or proceed to other destinations. Locations unknown.
I know of some that did return to our home. And you can see her kind of put her hand on a console that would have been more designed for Minicon to use. And so you could see her doing that. She goes, very well, I'll use your map to find our way around. Carbine kind of looks to you, Gilgamesh, as Nyx walks out of the room. There was a lab near the quarters we might be able to use for the miniguns.
Oh, let's go take a look at it.
That's this one down here. By the fight room, as I call it. Fight! And
So
you can
down here.
Yeah, oops, I'm hitting the door. I'm gonna get annoyed with the doors now.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
I'm like zoomed in too, so I can't like.
It is a lot
Can
of
you move
map.
your icon now, by the way, Russa?
He moved it a little, but if Overload, if you want me to move you to a certain location, I'll move you real quick. Hopefully, you can see most of the map. I think I'm gonna actually do this for you guys, so because you've seen the entire bloody thing, I don't need daylight mode. So hopefully you'll be able to see all of it.
I've just lost everything.
Oh, okay, give me a second. I hit the wrong thing, I bet.
Oh yeah, all my map exploration's gone.
Oh, sorry.
I think I haven't moved anywhere.
I can't turn that off because then you guys. Okay, daylight should have stayed on. Why is it? Okay.
There, oh, there we go. Yep, now it's back.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see it all better now, though? Because I did adjust the settings.
Well, I see all the area I explored, so yeah,
Yeah,
I'm,
same.
I'm good.
Sorry, I did hit the wrong
It's
thing.
one of the things you can fix it later after the session.
Yeah, I'm gonna take out
Yeah.
most of the doors. That'll help. Because now you guys have all done that. That was my fault.
I mean, it
The
was
only door
fun
that
trying
needs
it
to
out.
remain is
So.
that one.
Oh no, I'm taking that one off too, just now to torment you. No, I'm kidding. I won't take it off yet. But Gilgamesh, you hear Carbine. This will work. We can bring them in here. I can work in here and be close by.
All right, well, let's start setting up shop then.
You kind of feel Aegis kind of move on your shoulder, and he looks down at you. I'm gonna go help my sister. Will you be okay in here? And he's just kind of perched on your shoulder, Overload, looking at you, trying to figure out, do you want me to go or can I go? He's just like,
You're fine to do so.
all right.
You're free to do whatever you wish for now.
And he gets up. Call me if you need me. And he flies off real fast. And Aegis comes flying in. He kind of lands on one of the tables. And he looks around, and you hear him beeping between Carbine and him. And Carbine turns to you, kind of perched up on your shoulder. And she looks down. She goes, we can start bringing the canisters in here. The stasis pods. All of them.
All right, well, let's start getting some of the crew on this, and let's get everyone moved in.
How's the energon level of the station?
It's a little low right now. You're probably about you have probably a quarter of energon running in it right now. You're going to need to resupply it somehow. Your station does have a supply of energon on board. It is in the storage.
I'm going to head up to the... Is it in red storage or normal storage?
Normal storage. It'll be in the
Yeah,
two
that's-
largest containers closest to the door.
I'm going to... Why not wants to let me through the door with my icon?
You guys can hear the triplets running through now, kind of ooh, look at this. Ooh, look at that. Oh, and they're just going off. And they meet up with you, Gilgamesh, and Aegis and Carbine. They're like, oh, hello, pilot. Carbine? Aegis? And they just kind of sit there for a moment.
So Gilgamesh just nodded them. So we got a job for you. We're gonna start moving the mini cons into the lab here.
Yes, sir. Felix is in the next room, and he leans in. I heard you're going to be moving them. Even Micron kind of pops in. And it's like,
Yes, if you'd like to help us get them acclimated into their new environment in here.
well, we might have something that helps with that. And he signals, kind of looks down at Micron, and they grin at each other, and they roll in 2 gurney-like carts, but they're gravity carts. So there's no bumps or anything. I think we can use these.
I'll put them to good use then.
And he's like, let's all head over and let's go get them now. The power pack that's hooked up should be working just fine. I don't know about what's in here, so we can set up in here too. That way we can monitor. But let's go. And he kind of signals, and he's like, Aegis, Carbine, you want to lift? And Aegis kind of, you can see him almost take offense, and he just out the doorway. And Carbine hops up like, let's go.
Like a child in a goddamn toy store.
Yeah, and the triplets all run off after following Aegis, and Micron's pushing a cart. It's lower to the ground for him, and you can just see him. We will take care of them. And they move on out, and you can kind of hear them chattering to themselves as they move over to the ship. And in the command bay, you can see cameras for where the space bridge is and the dock is. There we go. My brain. And you can, on those screens, you can monitor what's happening out there most of the time because it was set up for that reason. They are retrieving those. Overload, where would you like to go? And your icon probably hasn't seen crap yet, so I'm gonna.
I have seen nothing. I'm forced to look at the stream.
I am literally grabbing your icon and moving it around on purpose. So it hopefully. And see, what I can do is just do this. And now I'm restricted just as much. So.
I think moving my icon fucking lags it even more.
Give it a sec. That's because it's loading all the stuff I'm doing to you. There we go. Hopefully I got most of it. Yeah, if you put the icon right up against the door, it actually just shoots the light right through. It's kind of entertaining. And then I do this and everything goes back to normal. That's how I've been testing.
I'm gonna grab some fusion cores from, like, engine fusion cores, so I can give them to the generator.
And they literally open up one of the cargo containers. You can see the rods and everything you pull out. But you have a weapons room that's kind of, the weapons are kind of old.
I'm guessing the weapons room is like a combination of the weapons room and training room? Or is there something for that?
If you want to do physical combat kind of things, that's down here. The
We got a rug for it and everything.
Yeah, I set it up. And then this one is more for design of weapons. But you can use guns in here if you want to. The walls are set up differently for it. Even the doors are too. So that's the reason why it's next to the med bay, just in case.
Okay, then I'd probably be down in the melee weapons room. See all the things down there.
Yep, you see all kinds of weapons. You guys don't even have to do perception for most of these, because these rooms are kind of self-explanatory. There's a lot of weapons in here. Some of them are kind of old-looking that more look like an antique kind of thing. Not very... I mean, your blades and stuff would just slice through some of them. But there are some that are worth using. Some that are more primitive that will give you more of a challenge to fight with.
I'm going to insert these energon rods into the generator now.
As you pull out the old, you slide in a new one, and you see the energy level on the console nearest to you start to climb up as you do. And as you get close, you start inserting the last two. The screen comes up with an error. There's a power fluctuation.
Running a diagnostic.
Saying it comes up, states in testing bay, unit malfunction. And it kind of displays next to the space bridge. There is a box with, it doesn't say exactly what, it just says there's a malfunction there.
Alright. Whereabouts in this room? Which
So
one?
it would be more off to this side. Wait, yeah, on this side. It's actually a unit right there. The rest are little cargo containers.
Alright, gonna have a look at it.
You see sparking, arcing before you even open it. You can see it kind of shooting out from underneath the cover a little bit. And it's just sparking, arcing. You can see there's power trying to pulse through there, but it's not working very well. Oops, I gotta switch screen. You open the cover and you put some work into it, and the sparking cuts down. You find that a couple of the units inside, it's like fuses almost, but they're couplings that just, they're not fully engaged. So you pop them back into place, you replace one line that's going in, and it fires right up like nothing happened. It also smells better.
Alright, so energy at 100%?
As soon as you finish putting in the last two rods. Because it wouldn't let you put them in until it you fix that. Because that space bridge does draw a lot of power.
Insert the remaining 2 rods now.
As you do, you see the power level spike to 100 and shows nominal readings. You hear Phoenix station optimal power readings. And
Alright. I'm gonna go find... You go mention Kiara, they're on the command bridge, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it.
oh, that's how I do it. Okay. Yep.
Oh, you find out how to delete the doors?
Yes. I'm doing that real fast because I'm
Was it just select and then hit delete?
Shut up. Sometimes I forget this crap. Okay, leave me alone. I will undo that door if you keep it up.
Uh-oh. He'll open your closet.
Don't open up my skeleton closet, bro.
Oh, he wants to call it a skeleton closet. Okay, now I got to go find some little animations, little pictures that just will fit perfectly in there.
Insert the spooky, scary skeletons.
Yeah, sure.
You also gotta remove the door on the wall?
What wall? No.
But the one
No.
Dave was stuck in?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. If it lets me select, there we go. I'm going to remove most of those so this way they don't. Hopefully, maybe it'll cut down a little bit for some stuff too. Yeah, get rid of that one.
Well, if the doors are the reason why everybody's lagging, we can just remove the door to the room and just say that.
I mean, I'm not lagging at all.
No,
I'm fine.
No, I just because you guys have explored the whole place. So if somebody was out cold, then you'd have to figure out how to pick the frickin' lock. So you're up at the bridge. Kiara's over there working. And she's punching away. She kind of turns to you both and He looks at you, Gilgamesh. It seems like she's really trying to take over certain sections, but there's a lot of resistance, and they're looking to elect a leader.
Do we know what section she's taking over and why?
Well, it was one of the further out ones that I guess she thought she could take over. That's not an easy place to fight. They are very strong. Even in disarray, they are still strong. But
We have to assume what she's doing is a power grab, but for what?
From what they have found, she wants to have control over everything.
But in order for her to exert that control, she has to acquire something that she is missing.
Yes, that one we're trying to look into as well. You're noticing Kiara's attitude is more toned down. She's not doing as much. She's very straightforward on some stuff.
Mhm.
And she's kind of trying to process what's happening because now she's, in a sense, been removed from her home, which is also partly your home. And
Yep.
there's one person I forgot too, but I'll fix that in a moment. As you're sitting there, Varish walks in the room, and he kind of looks around. I know I'm not exactly in the state I should be, but if there anything I can do to help, sir. And he looks right at you, Gilgamesh, like he's following your orders.
He's kind of looking up and kind of thinking about it. Barish, what is your proficiency?
Well, many things. One of them was torture, but I don't want to do
Well,
that.
let's skip over the obvious ones and
But-
tell me what you can do for us in terms of helping.
Well, like Kiara, but she's much better at it than I am. I used to acquire data among other items as well. And if her, and you see him flamboyantly kind of like wave his hand, because you know who he's talking about. He's
Yep.
kind of pissed, and he comes across it. If she's doing what I think she was planning before, then she is trying to go for power. She wants to have that control, because if she has total control of Cybertron, she can run it any which way she wants.
Are you sat at the table? What is she going after?
She thinks that Cybertron has a power within it, and she wants it.
So she's taking over these regions because they give her access to this?
Yes. And he pulls up his arm console and he taps, but the console doesn't show up, but a panel on his arm pops open, and he pulls out like a little chip, but he doesn't give it to you. He looks at it and he goes, "Oh, keep doing this." And you see him turn around a little bit, and even Kiara's kind of watching him with intrigue, and he takes this little chip and he inserts it to the back of his head, like at the base of his head, right there. And you suddenly see his head kind of not changes, but panels shift, and down his body, the panels shift around. And right above the center of his chest, where his spark is, a compartment opens up. It looks like it's a sealed up compartment, or like around his spark, but you can't see his spark. It's cased around. You see this thing pop out, and he goes, "This is a map layout of underneath the guilds." And he reaches up, he pulls it out. It's a little data chip, and he reaches back, and all the panels start to move back after he removes it. He puts the other one back in his arm, That's a security key. It only works if I do it. But this gives you all the data for the mapping underneath. It's not much, but it's something. And there's some other stuff on there too that might help you all. I don't know.
So I'll take the chip from him and I'll hand it over to Kiara.
She looks at it and kind of looks at him like, that was in you? Okay. And she pops it in and the maps come up. Now, you're all looking at these and it's literally tunnels that have been mapped out as far as they can go, and they go deep within the Cybertron.
So that's why she's going after these locations, is because these are the access points to go into the core.
They are spots that, and you can hear Varish kind of, how do I put it? Each one of the sections contains an entrance, but whether it leads you to the right one is another problem. He's sent many down there, and you can see those tunnels are not complete. Many perished, including one of my best lieutenants, in a sense, my lieutenants.
He's just going to turn to Kiara. What do we know about the core of Cybertron?
She turns around. I don't know that much about the center of it from what I have for information. It is mostly an energy source. Like the center of most planets, they're what makes us turn in some senses, but Cybertron doesn't need to turn. It's also rumored that it was once a god. So,
Are you talking about the old theory that it's the spark of Primus?
that too. I mean, I don't have all the data information on it, but I have enough that says there's a lot of rumors of what it could be, but nothing conclusive.
The last I heard, when somebody tried to go deep within Cybertron, Cybertron is constantly shifting and changing after you go past a certain depth.
I've never been down there. I've only heard stories, so Gilly, I don't know. It's a risk, and she's willing to sacrifice everyone else. Varish cuts in with it to get it, and I want nothing to do with it. And you kind of see him turn to one of the consoles. He goes, "Oh, this spatial anomaly thing that you got running is very interesting. It looks like it could be tweaked a little better to run better."
So if we can assume that she's going after whatever's in Cybertron's core, and let's just assume that it might be the planet Spark, what kind of power would that give her? It sounds like it would probably be far more than any Matrix could ever give her.
Kiara kind of sits there. The possibilities of a spark being the power source, especially if it's one that big.
Theoretically, it could be equal to Unicron.
And she kind of gestures, yeah, like pointing toward Void Striker, like, yeah, in agreement. Even Varish is like, she would be unstoppable.
Well, it's a good thing we're planning on stopping her first, then. But the next question is how far has she really gotten?
Well, Varish kind of speaks up, and he walks over, and he looks at the map, and he goes, "This is the furthest point." And he taps on it, and it pulls up a video stream from like a visual point of view, like a shoulder cam of a bot going down there. He goes, "They got down here and they kept," and you can hear the audio. It's not super loud, but they're all jumping around. They're freaking out a little bit here and there. They're panicked. They're paranoid. You can hear it through the video. He goes, "Something scared them. But by this point, there was 10 of them. you only see 4 of them. And suddenly you can hear this loud noise, like almost like it's like sliding or grinding. And the video, and you see them firing at something, but the video cuts out before you can even get a real good clear view of it. And he goes, "That's it. We never heard from them, never found them. Nobody wants to go down there unless they're threatened."
So she's dealing with forces she doesn't even understand.
And he just shakes his head. "Yeah, she was going to threaten to even send me down. Think I should have gone down."
Well, be that as it may, we now know what she's after, and we know that she's being stalled. She's pouring a lot of her time and resources into finding whatever this is. That's our window of opportunity. She's going to be looking down there, and we're going to strike from above.
"If there's any way I can help, sir," and you see Varish bow deeply to you, "I will serve. Even if
You'll
it
work
means
with
I fight."
Kiara in organizing more of our troops to assist us in the strike coming ahead.
"Very well. I will do as you command." And he looks at her and bows to her. "I'll do as you command as well."
If you give me some time, I can get the space bridge up and running.
And Varish turns, "I do know some of that with the spatial connections and that. I might be able to help."
Then come with me. We'll work on the space bridge as soon as we can.
So he comes over to you and he goes, "Tell me what you need and I'll help figure it out."
I need you at that console over there to monitor power and let me know when I've got everything connected properly.
On it. And you see him kind of walk over. He turns to Kiara. "I'm sorry for everything," and kind of turns back. Kiara doesn't really respond to him, but just kind of, "Okay, like, let's get to work." And he gets to work and he starts reporting numbers to you. He just sends them through your visual so you're not getting constant audio.
Do you
Unless
want me
it's
to roll
emergency.
anything for working on the space bridge?
Let
Because
me
I got my
see.
King's tool, Smith's tools. I can make any tool and I'm proficient in it, so, you know.
Right now, let's see. Let's do Tinker's tools first. Because I want you to doink with it.
While he's doing that, I'll be right back in a minute here.
Go for it. I'm going to deal with him throwing him out through a space bridge to an alien planet.
By the way, I really do like how this almost does look like a Stargate.
I was trying not to make it identical to one, but I didn't want it to look like a Stargate. And I was going to add more to that, but I didn't have a lot of time and I ran out because I was doing a lot of it at work, so.
Well, as it slowly improves, it could be like upgrades being applied.
Well, I can tell you that center thing right there is actually a squished down graphic. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's
I know it's a squished down graphic.
yeah, it's actually from this program I use for map making, and I actually added it over top at the center of it because there is actually something there. Can't see it now, but you get to work on it, and Varish is watching it, and he audibly comes across, "Let me know when you want me to power it up." And he's just sitting there monitoring, and he's adjusting a few things. I've adjusted a few settings because they're a little too far off and balanced them out. It should be better.
Can you proceed to send Energon through the Omega Relay?
And he turns to the other console and he sending now, and you feel it.
All right, I'm back.
He slides it up, and you can see and feel the vibration. And you hear this humming sound coming through. And as he's sitting there, he goes, "Power is fluctuating through secondary conduits. Power junction is nominal, but it's steady." And he goes, whenever you want me to, I can fire it on. It's powered
I'm
up.
obviously not gonna stand like directly in front of him. I'm gonna go here and go begin test fire.
Firing, and he presses the button, and you suddenly you see it just like it's trying to stay on, and you hear Varish, it's fluctuating too much, adjusting, and he's frantic, and you hear Kiara, do you need help over there? And he's like, yes. And
Reroute through connection 34 Sierra.
he gets that balanced. It's still fluctuating really badly. He goes, it's not a stable connection to the location. And suddenly off to your yep, it did it. Off to your it'll be the south part of the map, the lower part of the map. The other junction there blows out. You just have this massive and you see the whole thing. And you just see it sparking
down here and begin repairing.
And Varish is coming across and powering down everything while you do that.
Go through data, figure out where went wrong, and figure out what needs replacing.
As he's doing that, he's sending it to you as well. And he goes, it looks like that junction that was nominal is the cause of it, and that's right about where you're at. And he's just trying to get it to focus. And
I'm gonna begin fixing this.
as you mend it, he goes, power is still nominal on our reactors. Everything is powering there. And you can hear him. He goes, I'm going to check on the power lines coming directly up here as well to make sure. And he goes, conduits are running smooth. We are good to go. Junction should be repaired. And he goes, he can see it on his screen, and you can see it on your display. And it shows a link. We are ready to go, sir.
I want to check on something before we do a secondary test fire. I'm coming over to the space bridge and want to check on the crystalline relay. You know, the thing that actually displays and deploys the space bridge.
Little thing inside. It's actually so much big. As you pop it open and you're looking at it, you notice that it looks like it's a little out of place from that last power up. So it's kind of sitting shifted a little bit. So from the last time,
proceed to realign it.
And Varys is like pulling down the power and keep making sure he's watching you and watching the power. And he's sitting back, and you can hear Kiara come across. Is this thing going to be stable enough for you guys to get through? You can hear her concern.
It should be optimal, the functionality.
Varish turns.
Well, we've got time to test it before we actually make a jump, so.
Yeah, so we got it into a more local planet right now to test it. Just to see.
Gilgamesh, can you do me a favor while I'm realigning this?
What's that?
Can you go to the main cargo storage and get a relay beacon?
And what I'll do is I'll speed you along there. Gilgamesh, you run up there, and Gilgamesh, you suddenly get this voice in your head, and you know it's Carbine, but it's kind of, whoa, there she is, but she's not here with you. Gilgamesh, this is so great. We have the lab set up, and I modified one of the generators in here to give power to the stasis pods. We're all happy. Even Nick said it's great. And you kind of hear her voice fade out.
Oh, he just kind of smiles, and he does feel a little better knowing that they're safe and they're all doing well.
as you grab the parts, you're on your way back, and you can see Void sitting in front of the bridge, and you walk over to him, hand him the part.
Alright, I'm gonna close the panel and step back. Also tell Gigamesh to step back and tell Varish to secondary test fire.
And Varish is waiting. He sees you're all clear,
Oh,
and he
God.
gives. Oh, I don't know what that was.
What?
He just got sucked through the space.
Did Overload stand in front of the cannon?
He got sucked into the bridge before it. Oh no, he's in trouble.
He's that guy who got sucked into the engine and got spat back out.
Yeah.
Insert Wilhelm scream.
Oh, great. Varish goes. He announces across. All clear.
Clear.
He powers up. He starts doing the sliders, and you can hear him. Kiara, can you grab the other console and, at the same time I'm doing this, slowly slide that one up? And you can hear her get up, and it's like, yeah. And she's powering it up, and you guys can see through the window she's sliding it up at the same time. Coming up. I'm going to bring it up gradually this time, sir. And you can hear the sounds a little different. And you hear it. And you see the ring pulsing, like pulses going back and forth, like a back and forth really fast. And they're going faster and faster. And you can hear Varish, the readings are stable. And he goes, we should be, and you see it ignite. And you see this wormhole-like atmosphere. It almost looks like you can see through to the other side. And you can see kind of a lush planet nearby.
I'm gonna activate the relay beacon and throw it through the space bridge.
As you do, you can see it kind of get caught up in it, and Kiara's back at her console, and she's going, we're getting telemetry and readings, and everything seems stable. Varish is like, we're holding a steady wormhole right now.
Time to proceed with the final test. I'm going to send Scamper through the space bridge, and once he's safely through, to see if he can come back.
You see Scamper pop off you, and he kind of, and he looks over at you like, are you sure?
Just like this dog is just looking back, like, and I'm like,
As he turns, he
So
looks back.
Scamper's effectively immortal.
He looks back at you, and you, for the one time, you see him kind of like flick his one clawed hand at you, like, screw you, and walks through, and you can see him kind of walk through, and suddenly you can kind of see him on the other side looking around, and he waves back at you, and he picks up the relay beacon, like, I got it. And
Longest game of fetch.
Yeah, he throws the relay beacon back at you, and it lands at your feet, and you see him crawling, like, coming back through, and he gets back into you, and he just looks at you like, you jerk.
just squinty eyes,
Yeah.
just looking up at him, just meh.
Yeah.
Although the data Scamper would have collected going through, I'm going to transmit that over to Varish's console and tell him he can shut down the space bridge.
Powering down, and you see the wormhole just kind of, and you can hear it, the pulsing coming down. And Kiara reports back, we're still stationary in space. We didn't move.
That's a thing that can happen?
If there's enough pull, yes.
If we would accidentally connect to a black hole, this entire station would have been ripped inside out.
Yeah, that wouldn't. Yeah, that's a whole different situation I don't want to touch on. If there's enough gravitational pull, it will shift your asteroid around, in a sense. Your station. Your
It is
potato
why it's
asteroid.
normally advised
I'm gonna
to,
call it
when
a
you
potato.
connect a space bridge, to primarily connect to space instead of the planet.
Unless it's on another planet, which then most of the time you should be okay, but in this case, be careful.
Would it be affected by my portal thingy?
No, your portal only works at a certain distance. So if you were to throw that, like, say, leave a door there and go through that and be on the other side, no guarantee you would come back in one piece.
Hmm.
Because that's technically a lot further than what it
Comparison:
actually is.
a tricycle to a fighter jet.
So what you're saying is it could be an effective death trap. Got it.
Oh, damn it. Why did I say that stuff? Oh, crap. Oh, well. I'll go with it. It'll be fun, right?
Roll D100, gets nat 1.
Why is
The only
he...
thing that comes through is a tiny metal ball.
Hey, it's his best part. But you can hear Varish like, yes, we can get her finally. And he's like, sorry. Just, he's still salty. He's going to be.
Gilgamesh got his arms crossed, just kind of already thinking about that.
Varish is just sitting at the console. He's monitoring. And he looks at you, Void Striker, and he goes, Void Striker, readings were great. You can see that everything worked great. And you can see him just stop, and he kind of drops his head. I want to stop her, too.
Gonna put my hand on his shoulder and go, with this station coming online and nearly at 100%, you have a place to help Gilgamesh and Kiara stop her.
Yes. I'll be glad to help. Whatever
And
you
Kiara,
need.
if you plan on bringing anybody here, make sure they're fully vetted and you trust them. This is the last place we need falling into enemy hands.
She gets up and she walks over. The only person I really trust. And she kind of walks over to Gilgamesh. And she bumps up against him. This one. We are family. And she just kind of hugs you from around the backside and kind of giving you a hard time for a moment. And she goes, but no, he's about the only one I really trust. I trust all of you, but I trust him. And
I
nobody else is
understand,
coming
but this
here.
station is currently incredibly understaffed, even under a skeleton crew requirement.
As you're sitting there, you can hear the triplets kind of run into the main command there, and they're like, "This place is huge. What's with the locked door back there, by the way? Can we go in and look?"
Apologies, little ones, but no.
Oh, but Pilot, they got arcade game. It's got a little ball and it moves around. There's 2 machines, so we don't all fight. We all take turns, but it's fun. And
I'm glad you can find some ways to amuse yourselves.
oh yes. And then there's so much stuff we can maintain. We looked at your reactor, big one. They're just looking up at you, and we can make that a little more efficient if it's okay.
You're free to do so. Most things on this station are out of date and would be considered ancient by today's standard.
Yay! And they all run off. They just turn and run off. You hear them going down through the one lab, and you can hear, "Can we lock these doors from these guys? Jeez." It's like you just hear the rest of everybody else. You hear Felix like, "Oh boy, these three, okay," and you can just hear him grumbling a little bit. But
Back to the security measure. I trust in Kiara to be able to vet the people that we're going to bring on board.
she bumps you.
And I'm just going to kind of
What?
look to her and just kind of hinting a little bit at her new command symbol. Not directly pointing it out, but hinting at it.
She's standing there, and it's like, yeah.
You know our clan and our guild way more than anyone else. You would know who we can trust.
Yes. For now, though, we have more than just us to protect right now. She kind of looks back at the door because she can hear.
And by the way, Kiara, you might want this. I'm going to give her the command code to access the data center.
Why? She just looks at you.
There might be some files in there you might find interesting.
Okay. You're trusting me with this?
Well, you're effectively the man or woman in the chair for Gilgamesh, aren't you?
I guess so.
Then you're going to need that information.
Yes, I guess I'm going to have to take my leadership role a little more serious then, huh?
I just give her a gentle nudge. Give it a look over. You might find something of interest.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Void Striker.
Because even though that I haven't been here, all the sensor arrays have been online the entire time.
I have been looking at some of those. There have been interesting things going on all around.
And if you haven't noticed, it's very hard to hide things from this station.
Yes, your sensor array, especially the one pointed towards Cybertron, has picked up a lot of traffic going on. That's how I'm able to keep up now.
Well, keep at it. We need all the information that we can get and as many people as we can on our side. But I'm assuming because of the situation down in Cybertron, we're only going to be able to gather a few.
And as you're all standing there, suddenly Nyx just, she's there. And she goes, and I can help in some ways, but I need to settle at least this little one in. She pulls the cloak back, and you can see the little one's kind of standing up, kind of like waving at you all, and she kind of turns to Kiara and kind of waves a little more enthusiastically, and Kiara kind of gets down a little closer to her and just puts her finger out, kind of like almost like she's tickling her tummy, but she's kind of tapping at her a little bit, and she's kind of playing a bit. And Nyx goes, she has got a lot to learn. She will take some time, but for now, until we find a more permanent home, this...
You're all welcome to stay here.
Yes, this will be our home for now.
I'm going to hand Nyx a data slate. This is all the information I had pre-war on Minicons, if that helps.
You think you got anything on me? She just grins at you.
Maybe a mention here, though.
And before you even finish the sentence, she goes, I'm done with it. And she hands it back to you.
I will take it back.
And she kind of grins, very interesting what you have. There are a few discrepancies, though, but that's okay. But I do appreciate that you are all helping us. I know you have your task, and Nyx turns to you, Gilgamesh, and puts her hand on your arm. I know you have a lot to deal with, too. Both of you do. And she's looking at both you and Kiara. I will do what I can to help. But right now...
Gilgamesh will just nod. I know you will.
Right now, I need to go maintain the mini-cons, please. So if you need me, call me. And she kind of turns quietly and sorry for the interruption, by the way. Kind of chuckling.
That
Hey.
reminds me. I'm going to talk with Phoenix. Phoenix, how was the stress on your superstructure getting here?
Stable. Disarray, mostly. Little stressing on right engine. Maintained.
I'm just gonna walk over to one of the consoles and activate and see if there are any current active repair drones in the hangar.
There are two rolling stands that are designed for cargo movement, repairs. They kind of do a variety of things. They're literally like
Phoenix,
stand arms.
activating hangar assistance now. They should be able to help you.
Oh, thank you. I will take it. And you see in the cameras, you see these arms kind of.
Well, the big door's open, so we should see it through the big ass window.
You can see them through the camera too. But you see one of them moves over. The other one, the arm isn't exactly moving very well. So it's trying to do stuff, but it can't.
I will let the little ones know that the hangar says drones need assistance.
And you hear the little ones on the console. Who's talking? Oh, okay, it's big one. Okay, yes, we can do that. We can fix it really easy. And you can hear little footsteps running around, and you can just hear Felix, oh, not again, from the other room. Because you
literally hearing basically minicons in the wall.
Yeah. They're just running through. You don't see them all the time, but you can see they're passing through certain areas. And these guys, they're small enough that they can fit through those tunnels and doorways. So they're just sitting there, and you can just hear them going. And you kind of see a fourth one going along, and it's Bled. And he's kind of tagging along. And they're just, you can see them get to work on it, and you can see one of them transform. And he starts doing some kind of like twisting and turning. The arm starts to rotate and move better. And then one of them turns into a welder, and just they all start doing stuff. You can just see them working on things. And everybody else has kind of found the lounge area and is kind of getting settled in. It's become quiet here. You got a space bridge working. You got a bit of a crew working on the station right now. And Phoenix is charging up still. He's powering most of his systems down to kind of keep things nominal and just sit there and do data readings as well. So is there anything...
Well, the hangar should also be big enough for him to be in bot mode.
He won't transform. He's not enough power right now. Yeah, he can only do that once in a while. So he's kind of like a Hail Mary that if you call on him, he might be able to do it. It just depends on how long he's been charging for.
It's the 50-yard bomb and hoping someone catches it.
Yeah, pretty much. So
it's at dear grid coordinates.
I'm here. What's up? You guys kind of hear things, and Nyx comes back in the room, but she doesn't have the little one. She turns to you, Gilgamesh. You found another mini-con like them. Like Aegis and Carbine.
Is there a difference in minicons? I guess I'm not entirely fluent on it.
From what I've been passively scanning, there's a difference within your Spark and Energon signatures.
Yes, there are, but the Aegis and Carbine were changed into these. My state is natural. I chose this. They did not. They were combined with something that changed them. The other one, and she kind of rolls her optics a little bit. He's smart and interesting. But where did you find him?
I'm sorry, above game. Which one is she mentioning?
Drift.
Oh, Drift. Okay.
Yeah, because he's the only other one so far, other than Aegis and Carbine. Drift is the only other one that's still in this opaque case. He's not like the others that are in stasis. He was force changed as well.
That one I found in a shop when I was doing investigating back on Velocitron.
I'll let you know that's a 15 because she thinks you're losing track of time.
I found him in the underground information, I guess, store. It was a really shabby shack that this guy ran, and I happened to come across that on a shelf. He didn't really seem to know what it was, and he was selling it for really cheap, so knowing what it was, I took it.
You found him in a store and had to buy him. Well, Carbine told me you got the other mini-cons by purchasing them too.
Yeah, we
So-
found them in another location that was unfortunately selling them, but in that case, they knew what was being sold. In the
Mm.
case of the shopkeeper and the Velocitron, he had no idea what it was.
Well, I'm glad you found him when you did, because from what he said, he was tortured in a way like Aegis and Carbine were, or experimented on.
He seems a lot more aloof than the others.
Yes.
You wouldn't have been able to tell that he was tortured by his attitude.
He wasn't like that before Gilgamesh. Like I said, he's very smart. He's one of our best engineers. He used to be very, how do I put this? Stern, serious. He is still Drift, but there's something different about him. And maybe it's a good thing. He needed to lighten up sometimes, but I think this is just a little too much. His spark is a lot different now, it seems.
He seems to be on a different wavelength than the others.
Yes, he kind of aggravates the rest. I was able to talk with them a little easier.
I kind of gathered as much when I was interacting with Carbine as she was talking with the others.
And you see her
It-
eyebrow go up like, what do you mean? You talk to them?
Not directly. Carbine kind of acted as a medium while she communicated with all of them. I was able to at least participate in the group meeting.
That's not usually possible unless... And then she notices, that's why. And she taps on your chest. Explains everything now.
Carbine was also able to allow me to communicate with this drift as well.
Yes. In some cases, we can allow it. And Drift did say he gave you some schematics.
Incomplete ones on purpose, I'm assuming.
Yes, we don't trust you completely. No offense. Or some
Trust
offense?
is earned, not given.
Very true. But this is very interesting. I do find it fascinating that she was able to at least connect with them, and you as well. She's got remarkable abilities. Right now she's been working on integrating larger circuit board to adjust for power fluctuations in the charge stasis. Drift is charging at a normal state since her Aegis and Drift are mini-con, but manipulated and changed. So they're able to take the charge normally. Whether Drift comes out of that thing is another problem too, because he seems to want to just stay there.
If you like, I can connect. If it's possible, I might be able to connect him to the station system so he can communicate with other people.
He seems to be fine where he's at. What did he call it? Swimming through space? Really weird. I don't understand. But with that, I am going to check on the little one. I left her with Carbine and Aegis and the other minicons. And then I think I'm going to go charge some more. I need to power up specific systems in my skeletal system. I need to rest.
Take all the time you need.
She bows to you, Gilgamesh. She bows to Kiara. She looks at you, Void Striker, kind of bows, but she doesn't take her eyes off you, and she turns and walks out. And as she does, she kind of does that phasing thing where she kind of disappears a little bit and reappears as she transfers between light and dark areas. Kiara kind of looks. She is very interesting, Gilgamesh. Wish I knew where you found her.
It was on a jungle world. I barely remember the name.
You went to Jungle World without me?
It was part of the job we were on.
Oh, I've always wanted to see the jungle planet. He hits you in the arm.
Question.
Take me next time.
If you've been to Jungle Planet, then perhaps you may have met Scourge.
That's an answer. I can answer it, but it's not a question asked to me.
We may have run into him.
He's still
He's just giving you just like the cold stare, just like we may have run into him.
If he's still functional, that is good news in a way.
And what if he's not functional?
Then there's something terrifyingly worrying about Jungle Planet.
Do you care to be more specific?
Scourge was an individual that could take on Megatron in one-on-one combat. The only way he wouldn't be functional is if somebody overpowered and defeated him.
Is Overload in the room at all?
I don't know. Where
I
are
mean,
you?
considering I can't move, I mean,
Well, I'm just saying, like, canonically, are you in the room here with us? Because he would be looking
I've
to
been
you.
assuming he's been in here the entire time.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Overload, just like,
It's
you want to tell them?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm more or less like lost track with the.
He's a soldier. He did his job. Leave him alone.
He phased out. We were nerd talking.
I'm not smart enough for this shit.
Okay, I'll fill in gaps here. You guys really never ran into Scourge because you ended up at Serenity Village where you guys got Felix in that. You encountered other problems, which you guys brutally took care of on your ship when he was there. Yeah. And so there is the possibility it's just wherever he might be at on the planet, if he's even still there. You guys weren't in an area where he was, so.
So yeah, we didn't deal with him directly per se, but we ran across his trail more than once. And if there is
Scourge
something
is
more
still
dangerous,
operational. It might pay to be amicable towards him. Because that planet literally runs on survival of survival of the fittest. Strength makes right.
That may
Yeah.
be, but bringing him into the fold might be more dangerous.
I'm not
than...
saying bring him into the fold. If we're amicable, we may be able to get some Predacons or Maximals to help us out.
And you see Kiara kind of just turns to you all and goes, I will tell you last data entry for Scourge. He was offline by some large creature at some point, but that's it. And it was on the jungle planet, but we don't know if that's actually true.
And even if we were to find Scourge, appealing to his sensibility might not necessarily work in our
Scourge is
favor.
easy to appeal to.
Mhm.
He follows honor above all else. It's just that when you first meet him, he's probably going to want to punch you to see how strong you are.
I'm just gonna look to Overload and just be like,
That's
what do
gonna
you
overload
think?
him. Take him.
Eh,
The fight. Kiara kind of looks at all of you though, and she goes, "Hey, I don't want him here if he's gonna start punching things." And she kind of slaps Overload on the side. Don't even think about punching stuff here right now.
It's not a matter of bringing him here. It's a matter of ensuring that he doesn't interfere or choose sides with Ava.
And you
So then wouldn't it be better for us to get him on our side first?
Doubt he'll join her. He joined Megatron only because Megatron beat him in combat, but after a while, Scourge could not take Megatron any longer, and left.
So what you're saying is, if we defeat him in combat, he'll follow us.
So long as he believes we are honorable.
Kiara,
Just Gilgamesh, just eyebrows raised, looking over to Overload. Just
Kiara's kind
Beating
of doing
him
the same,
is
like,
not
what?
easy.
Uh,
His alt mode is a Hydra.
And Kiara's like, you boys, you figure this out. I'm going to make some connections, see if maybe he's possibly even still out there. But I need to charge. Even Varish kind of turns. He goes, yeah, I kind of need to charge up too. I've been running on nothing since we left Cybertron.
There are plenty of recorders down that way.
Yeah, I'll follow the map. Kiara kind of guides him and like, let's go. And they head off, but she runs back and gives you a hug, Gilgamesh, real quick. Don't forget to charge up the rest of the way too. She walks away.
he's just gonna nod and just kind of give her a light hug back as she heads out.
They head out of the room. They head down. You can hear them kind of doing their thing as they walk away, talking for a moment. Nothing real big, just him being grateful for not being under servitude of somebody else and being forced to do things anymore. Really, that's it. You see Carbine runs in, jumps up onto you in her caracal form, and Aegis comes flying in, lands on your shoulder, Overload, and Carbine kind of responds to you, Gilgamesh. She goes, we have everything set up. The charging seems to be holding. Aegis is just sitting up there kind of proud, like, move stuff. That's about all he got. That's all he says to you, Overload. I move stuff, proudly.
Attaboy.
But you see her do this big yawn, and you see those shiny teeth as she does. I'm kind of tired, though. I think I'm going to go lay down, find charge bed.
Well, before you head off to your charge bed, I have something for you. And I'm just gonna pull out from a compartment of mine, and I'm gonna hand her beam rapier.
She hops down to the flat console that's right there in the center of the room. She looks at it. Her eyes are wide in her curacle form, and she kind of transforms, and she's like, "Is this what I think it is?" And a big grin across her face.
We'll practice with it tomorrow, but you can have it tonight.
If you hit this switch and then pull that, it becomes a ranged weapon.
Wait, it shoots? And she hits the button, the blade turns on, and it's radiating similar to her. Not the same as when it's with the crystal, though. But she goes, "This one?" And she pulls it, and it hits the wall. Oops.
Well, because of the enchantment, right as it before it hits the wall, it dissipates.
And she's like, okay, don't pull that unless I need to. But I like this. And she starts whipping it and flipping it around, doing flips and stuff. And she goes, "Ooh, this is going to be fun." And she's got an evil grin on her face, and she powers it off. And she puts it on her side, kind of similar to the way you will put your stuff on. And she just chink. And she grins, and she just transforms. And you can see her, "I'm off to bed." And she trots out of the room. Aegis is like, "Can I have one that shoots?" Just looking down at Overlook, like, "Hey."
He's just looking at his axe like, can't this thing shoot?
I mean, you can throw it and it calls back. That's good, yeah.
"Oh, you're right. You're right." You hear him. You can kind of see. It seems like you two, voice record.
You can make it a ranged weapon. Anything's a ranged weapon when you throw it.
Gilgamesh and voice striker, you both are standing there. You swear you're seeing this bird just going, just making a weird laugh, and it's like, and Overload's the only one who can understand.
Inside seagull laugh here.
Yeah, it's like, and he kind of taps on you with his talons. He goes, "I'm gonna go off to charge too. You'll find me in one of the rooms." And he gets up and he just silently out of the room. So it's you three in the command center. Is there anything else you want to discuss while you're in here? And she's talking a whole bunch in there.
Do you think I can actually take on Scourge in a fight?
I mean, if he's supposedly as strong as Megatron was, then he's kind of looking Overload up and down. I don't imagine your chances are very high.
But they're not none.
I wouldn't say it's impossible.
I'd say about
but...
27% chance of you winning. And
So
that's
I need
him
to
on a
train
bad day.
more. So I need to train more.
That's one way of looking at it.
Somebody go pick the lock on that door. Yeah, so with that, we're going to end the session here while they're sitting there discussing if he can be screwed.
So I'm just going to go ahead and end this off where Gilgamesh is going to go into the fighting room and he's going to go meditate for a little bit before he goes to recharge.
All right, and I'm going to take let's see, blue, green, darker green, or brown.
For what?
Darker green?
Okay, that room. There we go. That's how fast. I'm picking a room. It's like, which room do I put you in?
Yeah. I know what room I want. I'm going to put Scamper in it.
Oh, you don't get a room. You just sleep on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, the entire station is my room.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
It's my house.
Oh, what
I
you
wanted
doing?
this one. Yeah.
You don't get a room. Oops. Oh, I blew up the icon. Actually, it might be easier for me to grab. See, it's even for me, I have trouble grabbing these stupid icons. There we go.
I can see that you are absolutely struggling.
Yep. I have to really blow things up. And then I'll add in the other icons because, like I said, this was the first initial showing of this big map. And I didn't have a lot of time to add all the icons at the moment, and I was kind of tired.
And now the revolution has a base.
Viva la revolution!
Well,
The
I don't know what
revolution
to
will be
officially call it.
televised.
Yeah,
I don't know
actually,
what to really call what they
taking-
do, so, revolution.
we're taking bets on it. We're going to see who loses an arm, maybe a leg. Overload.
My money's on Overload.
Hey, I'm tough.
Oh, he might lose the arm, but
If anything, I'm gonna be taking legs.
yeah, I was going to
Hey, I've already taken a few hearts, technically, with
Oh no, I'm
That's-
taking 8 spider legs.
Oh, that's
I put dibs on a T-Cog.
only if it
You can have the
survives.
T-Cog. I'm breaking her spark.
He's gonna reach into her chest and go, "Oh no, you're not."
We're gonna do the heart snatch and just crush it in my hand,
pretty much.
so everyone can see it.
So, any guesses, you two? What's in that secret room of his? Just throwing it out there just for fun.
I mean, there's plenty of thoughts.
there's lots of magazines
I
in
will
there,
tell you if you guess correctly. I really will.
but we won't do it on stream. How's that?
Nope. we want to save that as a secret for the audience too.
Yeah. So let's do this. I'll wrap it up now. Links are down below. We're trying to do this on Fridays because Dave's got a job, which is cool because now he's getting some moolah coming in.
Scheduling conflicts.
Yeah, it happens.
But
The enemy of all D&D games.
yeah. But good news is for Sunday, January 8th, we will be back with D and Destiny because we won't be doing it obviously because of New Year and all that. So we'll be January 8th on Sunday, our normal time and schedule, unless that changes, which is just going to be because of my job. But for right
Yeah.
now, that's what we can expect for D and Destiny.
Yay! I get to play Euros again.
Yay!
And, like I said, links are down below. YouTube link is there. You can watch all the past
You
episodes,
know, at
including
this
this
point,
one.
Matrix, you might as well just put Praise the Mighty Potato Lord in your Twitch
Um,
stuff down below.
your little station is a potato, so don't worry about it. Scamper's getting retrofitted to look like a potato, with a seed on it. So
Do I need to build a potato cannon?
well, you might have to, because the little one wants to get have fun like Horsey. There we go. So got to throw that in there. But no, yeah, links, and you'll find more links on the YouTube side of things. Dave's not streaming a lot right now, but his link is there if you want to go follow him anyway. User redacted, we don't care because he's user redacted, and Potato Lord is in a field somewhere growing.
You can find user redacted over at Leader Killa's Twitch stream on the regular.
Harass him there. Harass him. Tell him to get his thing going, and I'll link him up there too.
Yeah. Tell Leader Killer he needs to get that Marvel D&D going here because he asked me to do that a while back. I'm still waiting to hear on it.
Sounds about right. Though I also may be part of the problem. I may not have linked him to Pokemon Infinite Fusions to stream.
Oh no.
I still need to download that.
And I just flipped to the starting stream screen. That is Galaxy Star Queen's picture of Soundbreaker, one of her seekers that she made. And that is Phoenix right there in his transformed state. And I will try to find the artist's name and try and put his name or her name up here because I really like this of Serenity being that, but that's Phoenix.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So we're gonna have some fun with it. I'm gonna put that on a rotating screen slideshow. I haven't remembered the word.
I mean, you could always put images of player characters as well.
Well, we gotta get somebody to make somebody of Gilgamesh, so because I really want to see.
Yeah.
You guys, I don't care about you. You're fine.
The thing is, I need
Image of
money.
potato.
I need money to commission art, so
Well,
that's
we
one
gotta
thing I'm
find-
kind of
mean,
lacking at the
I got
moment.
somebody on my server that you can commission with, and if you can't pay them directly, you can send stuff on Steam to them.
Pay him with a game.
Well, I mean, again, it's the money issue that I'm
Yeah.
lacking in.
Yeah, that's why he just got these.
Regardless
jobs, so
of methods of payment, it's the fact that I don't have money right now to begin
No.
with.
maybe we'll have
Dude,
images
dude,
of our
dude.
or the characters. I
I
don't
got
have
you,
one.
bro.
Actually, there are images of mine. They are the mini cons mostly, so I'll try and get them off my tablet and show some of them. They're not the greatest. So, shut up. Leave me alone. But this thing on the desktop here, or Roll20, that is not part of Roll20. I've made this Space Bridge picture, and it's not actually done. So, but with all
It's
that,
a Stargate, bro. What are you talking about?
it technically it is, but this controls a different type of wormhole.
Because of how space bridges work, I will be, implementing like an iris type thing, so nobody we don't want coming through can't come through.
Well, like I said, here, let's just remove this out and put it back. That's all that
It's
is.
a Stargate, bro.
Yeah, it literally is. I wanted to have it look really nice for you guys to at least use. Right now, what I could do. So,
I mean, hey, it looks nice.
It's
Like
better
it
than
doesn't.
nothing.
It doesn't need to be anything like uber fancy. Like it looks fine.
Well, and here's the problem. Some of the, like, if it was a Stargate, some of them are sitting up flat, straight up. I wanted you guys to be able to see the front of it a little bit, like you can see in it. Whereas,
well, you did a good job, like at putting in the perspective. So, like,
Yeah.
it's looking at from a top-down view. So, no, it's fine, dude. Nothing wrong with it.
And I forgot there are yellow lights that light up as that thing starts to power up to indicate it's running, and you can step through, kind of thing. Those on the red, but yeah, it's either that or a flat one, or one that's kind of tipped but it doesn't look great, or one that's laying
I
completely
actually like
flat.
this one.
Well, there's ones that are laying completely flat, like the generator room. They're flat, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well, that's covering too much of the floor. That's not perspective correct. So, and I wanted something you guys to have some fun with. I'll take care of the doors later. But with this, we're ending stream. You guys want to say anything?
No.
Oh, perfect. There we go.
We'll see you next
Praise be
week.
the
Get
mighty
some
potato.
sleep.
With them saying their byes, wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
I'll see them all next year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And
we'll
I'll
see you guys next year because today is the 30th.
Hey, I might
The 31st for me.
I might try and stream tomorrow, so who knows? It might be something. I don't know yet. I'll see. I got a lot of stuff.
Well, by the time you stream again, it will be next year for me.
Well,
Yeah, and if you are
he's in
streaming
the
tomorrow,
future.
I'll be watching from work, so.
So if anybody wants to know, ask the Potato Lord what it's like with flying cars.
Oh, it's great. We're just never gonna sell them to you.
Yeah, see? Greedy son of a... But
How else do you
bye,
think I make money?
everyone. Shut up, Potato Lord.